and show up in every major. It seems like that would be, it stresses me out just thinking about it, and I'm not directly involved. I haven't placed any bets. I don't have Koepka's number. I'm not texting him when he has a good or a bad round. The idea that he could actually do it is relatively insane. Almost grounds for, and I'm sure they will, give him a drug test. I will be, it's crazy to think about that you could just manually manifest the ability to play golf well. That's really interesting. I'm actually curious to hear what Michelle has to say about that, because I think a big part about golf is expectation, right? Is what you go into it expecting. And certainly I am no great golfer, but in the Break 90 videos, as you saw this morning, can I spoil it? Can I spoil it, Emerson?
They haven't seen it by now.
If you haven't seen the Break 90 by now, folks,
Something's wrong with it.
I broke 90, folks. I spoiled it. 86, is that what it was? Emerson's the off-camera co-host here. We're gonna get a shot of Emerson soon. He's wearing his Randamu hat. Yeah, the experience of that round was very laid back, right? I wasn't really trying to go into it with a lot of expectations, and I think that is really the only way I can play golf. Harold Varner from the fairway, yeah, nice little draw spin there, getting closer and closer to the hole. He can make that. 7th hole is a pretty innocuous par 4. They're coming in with a pretty low club there. This looks fun. So this driving range is actually on the par 3 course, Fleming, which sits inside of Harding Park's 27-hole facility. So it's Sean Foley up in the corner there. What up, Foley? Sean Foley, side fact, is a DJ, and he loves music and making his own music. He and I met on a bus going from the media center, going from the hotel to the course at the Players, and we met. And Sean Foley was such a nice guy, and we got along. We started talking, and I said, Sean, I'd love to interview you for my film, Be the Ball. This is years and years ago. And he said, yeah, no problem. There he is, Sean Foley right there, red pants. Classic style, sort of the guy behind the guy. Obviously, Coach Tiger, Coach Justin Rose still, and now it looks like he's working with Cam Champ, one of the young guns on tour, won the first event this season, 2019 Safeway Open, up in Napa, to win. That win was very heartfelt. His grandfather had obviously just, it was a big deal there on the phone. The experience of winning, I think if you win a PGA Tour event and don't cry, you are Brooks Koepka. No, you're a robot. What an impressive moment for a young man. That must feel so incredible. And we'll talk with Weezy about winning at a very young age as well in just a few minutes. Is my clock right? 1:08?
I got 1:07.
Could swear I've been on Hour for Airs, folks. For hours. Airs?
Air for hours.
Air for hours? Did I say hours for airs? Guys, I need a 10-second delay. I really do. I'm used to having a delay. I'm used to having an edit. Anyway, Sean Foley back again with the red pants. The gist of the story is we meet on the bus going from the media center to the hotel or back and forth. I can't remember. And about 15 minutes into meeting Sean Foley, we're in the parking lot of the golf course, and he says, "You want to meet Tiger?" Well, of course I want to meet Tiger. Immediately flop sweats, stressed out, and we go over and meet Tiger. And I said, "Hi, I'm Erik." Sean said, "I want you to meet Erik." Tiger said, "Hi." I said, "Hi." And that was it. It was really intense. Obviously didn't film that interaction. We filmed the one later at the TaylorMade shoot last November, but that will forever live in my memory as a big day. Charlie Sifford with the rope hat, really excited. One of the big things I want to talk about today is rope hats on tour. We've seen a lot. Also, Charlie sporting a mustache. I don't know if you've noticed that I have avoided shaving that area of my face. We might do a vote later, and we could potentially, I don't know, we could shave it. I'm kind of digging it. I think, you want to get a close-up on that? I don't think we're prepared to get close-ups on the mustache. But anyway, driving range footage, folks, you know what that means. Look at those divots. Jeez. The air is nice and heavy up there. I think with all of the athletic fabrics and fits, it's nice to play golf in a long sleeve with no sun. I think the sun actually tires you out, and I think these players get a little more energy playing in cool, calm air. Sean Foley just up in there. By the way, I love the Muni bucket of balls on the range. That bucket of balls is probably worth $300 with all the nice high-end balls in there. Maybe Vice balls. Who knows? Maybe Cameron Champ warms up with Vice balls. I suppose that would be contractually impossible, but we'll see. I'm going to tune into what Sir Nick is saying. I could comment on what they're commenting on. Maybe I could try to preeminate what they're saying. 189, Justin Thomas, 11th hole. I made birdie here. Look at this.
They were
Nice.
first keep it in the chat regarding the mustache.
What's that?
They were first keep it, don't shave.
Someone in the chat says keep it. Tell me their name.
Golf City.
Golf City. Thank you. We're going to keep it. We're going to see how it goes. We're going to see if there's any adverse effects. I suppose bacteria could get stuck in there. We obviously have all taken our temperatures in the studio. I'm running extra cool today, 97.3. Harold Varner, clearly, he could be even in the 80s. You know what I mean? Maybe his score and his temperature are going to match, and he could be in the 60s, technically pronounced dead. Will it drop? So close. That has to be one of the most annoying things when you know you had the line and you gave it what seemed like the right speed. Whoa, look at this stat on the ground. Isn't that distracting, DJ? Don't distract him, man. Look at this. Again with the Muni bucket. He's got the TrackMan in place. Beep. I want to see the stats of the TrackMan on the driving range there. Here's the thing, folks. I know you, probably like me, want a lot of things on broadcast that are simply not possible. And we've seen it in the YouTube comments. We want to see a shot tracer. We want to see this. We want to see the flyover. Those things are all hard to do. So we have tried to do them, but obviously, wow, I didn't see the 16th hole. How did he get in for 2 on the 16th? 16th, 335. It must have hit a driver and just made a putt. Banger. Hopefully they'll show a replay. We were trying to get ready for this show. Again, now I swear my watch is off. Is it really only 1:12?
I got 111. So.
Time is going by very slowly in the booth, folks. I don't know how we're going to keep this up for 5 hours. Maybe I just need to shave as slowly as possible. Rosie, opening tee shot here. Interesting thing about Justin Rose, played at Birkdale as an amateur, went pro, and missed 21 straight cuts. But he's going to hit the fairway here with a 3-wood. Look at that swing. Money ball. I mean, we talked a lot about that, actually. So Justin Rose is in Be the Ball, and we talked about how he had to place his emphasis on hard work and practice and not on expectation of results. So that was really interesting. Oh, and another favorite of mine, Jason Day from Bow Desert, Australia. Look at his style. Such a good-looking gent. Simple. When he went to Nike, I remember being especially excited. I just thought he was going to look so good in those Nike fits, you know? And he does. He does. He looks kind of like he could be going camping, you know, which I like. He just looks like he got out of a truck. Also, 3-wood. By the way, 3-wood for J-Day carried 292. Let me see. Let's see if I'm right about that. Foggy day. Oh. Shot tracer. Where you at? Where you at, player? On the right. Carry. Oh, 240. I mean, honestly, coming in off the left side on the first hole is kind of where you want to be. And I don't think J-Day stressed about anything. I got to check in with him and see if he's still, he drives in an RV that his family all stays in, which is kind of a really cool way to, look at that swing plane. He takes it back as far with his full-length clubs as I take back my wedges. Wish we could just pipe in Faldo talking about the swing. He knows so much more than I do about the golf swing. I'm surprised they still have Konica Minolta Biz Hub Swing Vision. Is that what they still call it? You know, you'd think that they would kind of like, does they make cameras? Konica Minolta? Hit me with some comments, Pappas. Anything to talk about?
Some questions?
Questions.
Which adventure in golf did you enjoy the most?
Oh, which adventure in golf did we enjoy the most? David, get in here. David's on set today, folks. David has shot, what, 36 of 45 Adventures in Golf episodes? David, here's the thing. This mic it doesn't really work. It does. I don't even need to hold it. David, come on, get this shot, David. I'll hold the mic up for you. David, which adventures in golf was your favorite?
Lofoten, Norway.
Lofoten, Norway.
Favorite.
Why?
I mean, it's just absolutely stunning everywhere you look. 24 hours of light. Can't beat it.
There was a point in time when David refused to be on camera. I'm happy to say that we've gotten past that. I have a video. It's actually our first YouTube video. Our first YouTube video ever is, I think it's called something like How to Get to Australia. And I think we made cookies and brought them to Australia. I'm going to pin this back on myself here. But Lofoten was very good. One of the cool things about Lofoten was, give me 1 second. Is this entertaining? Are you not entertained? One of the cool things about Lofoten is we had like a long drive that was just stunning. It totally set the stage. Wow, that's a ripper from Rory. Looks like it might be the left edge of the fairway. Maybe it's so deep it doesn't even matter. Middle of the fairway. Jeez, these guys. You know, it's interesting because I think one of the most interesting holes this week is the 5th hole. Right after the long par 5, the 5th hole, it's not that long, but it doesn't set up. And basically, every hole you've kind of been able to work a draw in, and the 5th hole really wants a cut. So I'm curious to see what some of the players coming down the stretch, obviously not coming down the stretch, but starting the stretch maybe, do on the 5th hole. Anyway, Lofoten was very good. I really would love to go back to Thailand. You know, Thailand is one of these epicenters of golf in Asia. So citizens from Japan, Korea, and China all look at that drone shot. That is unbelievable, right there. That's impressive, man. That is just impressive. So that is 16, 17, and the 18th tee, right there. You know, that water doesn't really come into play. Oh, beer commercial. You know, we've been offered a couple beer commercials, and we said, that's kind of hard because I don't drink. Still, they seem to look at that droplet. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay.
Someone wanted to know what your favorite on-course drink is.
Favorite?
They're assuming alcohol, but you might have a...
Favorite on-course beverage. Got it. Favorite on-course beverage. I mean, truthfully, there's not a lot. There's not a lot of great beverages on there. Hey, Evan, can you hear me? Evan, do you copy? What was that beverage we just had when we were at that taco truck? What was that called? Was it called Good? CBD sparkling water. Can I drink that? Is that legal? It was delicious. I loved it. Evan's in my ear right now. He's in the other room. He may be getting Wheezy ready. Wheezy just put McKenna down for a nap. What's that? Recess. Recess. I'm going to draw the logo here for you. Got my notebook. This notebook goes back. Can you guess when the first note I ever made in here was? November 14th, 2000 what, Emerson? Can you guess? First note ever made in this notebook. November 14th, 2000 what?
16.
11. Yeah, 11. Different life. Okay, ready? Recess. The beverage looks like this. Looks like that. That's the logo, right? Pretty cool. Anyway, never seen it on a golf course. Otherwise, I like Greater Than, which is a great drink. That comes, it's also not a lot of golf courses, but that is kind of like a healthier, less sugary version of a Gatorade. But, you know, probably based on volume, quantity of orders placed, it's going to be a Arnold Palmer, which I love. But, you know, let's be honest. Arnold Palmer, it's old tech, you know? And I basically play 2 holes really well, and then in the cycling terminology, I bonk, which means that I literally cannot exist anymore on the golf course. So beverage, I drink a lot of water. I'm probably thirsty right now as I think about it. I could use some water. Can I get a water, please? What's that, Emerson? I'll take one of the bubblies. What's you got, Emerson? Any other comments, questions? On the wrist today. Well, first we got a whoop strap. Let's see. I can tell you my whoop score right now. Let's see. Am I stressed out? I wonder if my heart rate's higher than normal. But then we've got a Weiss on the left. Weiss is a handmade watch in Los Angeles. Right now, heart rate, 97. Going down, 95. I'll be honest, I'm a bit jacked up right now. I got a lot of things going on in my head. It's a Weiss on the wrist. Can we get a close-up? We haven't planned out any close-ups. We didn't think we were going to do this. Wheezy will be with you in 92 seconds. Very excited. So on the wrist today, I first will start with the strap. This is a NATO strap that's got a nice double buckle so you can wrap it around on itself. Oh, we're close. I like this shot. And the watch itself is Weiss. And this is handmade in Los Angeles. It's around $1,000. I got it from Cameron, who's a golfer. And we went over to his studio, watched him make the watch. And I'll show you something interesting is it's got what they call an exhibition back, which means that he shows you the inner workings of the watch itself through a piece of glass. Really special watch. They're, like I said, I've said it now 79 times, totally handmade. And for his logo, he made it inspired by an airplane. I don't know, you can't quite see the logo there, but it's shaped like an airplane from the top down with the wings coming out, because the aluminum and the material used for the case itself actually comes from a neighboring factory near his watchmaking studio that also makes airplane parts. So he wanted to keep it real. Oh, moment of silence. Moment of silence for BD. What's his middle name? Aaron?
How many protein shakes did you have today?
Bryson? He is currently consuming a protein shake. You can't see it. 3 minutes out from Michelle Wee. That's great. Bryson breaks a club and it makes news, folks. I love this. Look at where he's aiming. He's aiming onto the 9th fairway because he just knows he's going to hit a pull draw with his 1 degree long drive. Come on, Bryson, rip it. Why don't I want the tracer from behind where he's standing. Come on. 3-2-0 carry. It's fun to watch him change the game of golf. You know what's really interesting is it's really cool to see the personality from the character, right? So he came into the game, obviously played Augusta as an amateur, single length irons. Everyone was like, whoa. And then he said, not only am I going to change the way I play irons, I'm going to change my body and I'm going to change my strategy for the game of golf. And while I am not going to do that, and actually David Duval was quoted as telling Jordan Spieth not to chase distance. That article came out a day or two ago. Tony Finau just flicking a 3-wood. Huh. I beat Nick Faldo to the word flick. See you soon, Nick. Sir Nick, sorry. Apologies. All respect given. We are just a product of what we watch. Any good, here we go. Bryson, just a footballer. He needs some combat boots, dude. I would love to see him just play in full camo. Look at that.
What are your thoughts on the hat, this hat style? I don't know what it's called.
Here's the thing. That hat is, okay. Here's the thing about Bryson. The hat, in my opinion, on my head, terrible idea. For Bryson, it's amazing. Same thing with all the other things. The single length irons, I can't do it. I can't, I'll go crazy. Bulking up, I don't think I can bulk up. I probably could, I don't know. I mean, if I had the right role, I guess, I don't know. I always envy the actors who are like, I'm gonna change, you know, like.
They just have unlimited resources to
yeah.
gain 40 pounds of muscle.
Totally, like Christian Bale. Like, literally, have you seen The Mechanic? I mean, he turns into a rail, and it's totally crazy that he can do that. And so Bryson did the same thing, except instead of acting, he's just a golfer. Wow, look at this. Yeah, he can hit a long drive there. Carry 380. Monster. Monster. Sorry, Evan, I didn't hear that. What was that? Okay. Hi, Michelle. I see you're in the waiting room. We can't hear you, but you can hear me. I guess we could do a sign language interview. We could try that. I don't know sign language, and I have a feeling, Michelle, do you know sign language? Yes means yes. There you go. We still can't hear you, but we're going live anyway. I guess that happened. So we can do a, can we see a dog? Is McKenna down for a nap? Sleeping. This is a little crying before sleep. That makes sense. You know, I'm 39 years old and I still have the same routine. Just cry myself to sleep every night. You know, it's usually just not eating. That's all it is. How many months until McKenna has her first taste of kimchi? You could answer this. We're just doing sign language answers here. 1 month until kimchi. No, 1 year? What more? 1 year. Is there? I see. I can't ask you this question, but we're still working on the audio. People are running around. There's crazy stuff going on. Let's see. I'll try to give you yes or no questions. This is a creative interview process. All right. Yes or no question. Do you have a favorite? Do you want someone to win more than anybody else today, or are you, yes, do you want to or no? Brilliant. Is it a friend, or is it more of like a narrative storyline that would be good for, Sunday at a major in golf? Two friends. Both? Do we have a story on the audio? I tell you what, Michelle, we'll come right back when we get the audio going. Does that sound good? I mean, it might be my fault. Michelle, should I trim the mustache? I can do it right now. This is always at hand. Trim the mustache, yes or no? No. Oh, come on. It's kind of fun. I'm enjoying. I can get a little bit. I'll clean around the mustache. I could probably pull this off and trim this up. I could clean it up a little bit. There we are. I think Nick Faldo is commenting on me cleaning up the mustache now. That would be brilliant. Or is he in the bubble? If Johnny's in the bubble, make this shape. I'm in sort of a bubble. It's cool to see golfers playing against each other, congratulating each other on each other's performance. I saw that yesterday when Scheffler holed out from the bunker, Fratelli, gave him a high five. That's just class acts. We want to be grinding. We want to win. We don't want anyone to lose. We just want to win. Kind of reminds me of Jack versus Tom Watson over at Turnberry. Wow, just a chip. That's incredible. The best players on the day are the best players on the day. That doesn't make any sense. Why do I say stuff like that? Emerson, you got any questions to fill me in here while we wait for the audio? Any luck?
Yeah. VS Watt said, "Hey Eric, you said we are a product of what we watch. What have you been watching over the last couple of months?"
Yeah, we definitely are a product of what we watch. And great story there is I really got into Bill Burr's podcast when I was early on in making mine. And some of you have wondered where the old lady's voice comes in from. And it's from Bill Burr. But ultimately, listening to Bill Burr's podcast on a regular basis turns you into an angry and negative person. So I had to stop. And I've been much happier since I've been free of that. I still love Bill Burr. Obviously, he was great in King of Staten Island. Really great. Scotty Scheffler on the range. Just look at him. You're playing well when the range is beat to pieces when you get there. Look at that range. It looks like it's a shooting range. I want to see the swing, man. Come on, there's a guy in the truck. Come on, focus, man. Raking in a bird. Tony Finau really proving that footwear is casual and relaxed. I don't even think those have any grooves on them at all. Koepka. Ugh. Koepka should play with the mask that Tom Hardy wears in Batman. I think that would be fire. He could probably even get more oxygen into his lungs that way, and he deserves it. I mean, look at all of that muscular stature on top of those obviously oversized bones. Drank a lot of milk as a kid. That's never been proven or discussed. But what you're a product of was the question. I watched a lot of Seinfeld. When COVID started, I went back to the first episode of Seinfeld and watched basically every episode up to season 5, and then I just had to stop. But I've been watching some comedies recently. You know what I watched was really good was Queen and Slim. And it's a great film, kind of an indie film. I also watched Crazy Love? No, No. Like Crazy. Like Crazy. Like Crazy was one of the first films ever shot on a digital SLR, and it's with Anton Yelchin, an incredible Russian actor. And, you wouldn't know it. He doesn't have an accent. But, really this kind of heartbreaking film about a girl who overstays her visa and ends up really tragic. All right, Bryson, grinding. Let's see. Get the caddy out of the way. All right, good. Digging the footwear. Seems like I could use a little more support. He's giving it about a ball on the right. Easy. Easy money. Easy money. When you're that big, it does beg to question. I mean, he must have had to change out his entire wardrobe. Luckily, he has the deal with Bentley. Those cars are big enough for him. I mean, if he had a deal with Yugo, he would be having a problem. He would not. He would be single-handedly changing the aerodynamics of the vehicle. What else? How's Michelle doing? We're gonna get Michelle. Maybe we could do a written Q&A. Yeah, should I just call Michelle on speakerphone? I have a cell phone. I love when they make the announcement on the first tee. That is great. Okay. I assume we're probably Paul Casey. Outfit about as interesting as his personality. Hot take. Honestly, Paul Casey is one of these guys where you meet him and you're like, you're a G. And you know what's really great about Paul Casey is that he's not trying to be flashy. He's a little bit older, obviously. He's been around, and he's steady Freddy. He hits every fairway ever created on planet Earth, any generation ever, except the first one on Sunday at the PGA. I heard yesterday they were like, when Phil came on and he made that bad joke. Did you hear about that? Did you hear about the joke? Oh, Phil comes on yesterday onto the broadcast and he goes, yeah, I'm good at three things: playing golf and talking about golf. And Nick Faldo was like, what's the third one? And Phil just sat there and smiled. And Jim Nantz was like, I think he's winding you up. And Nick Faldo was like, but you said there's three. And it was just super awkward moment. But anyway, Phil made a couple predictions, and then let's see, the first tee shot from Koepka. No shot tracer. Technical, it happens, folks. Wow. Left gone left. But again, you don't care. That's where he wants to be. Takes out the big dog. Playing with an M5 Tour head. Kind of got to wonder why the sim didn't jump in the bag. IDK. I don't know. Ooh, interesting stat. Fastest to 5 major championship wins. Sir Nick, you're on there. How did you do that? We're just listening to their conversation now. So yeah, Seinfeld, a lot of Seinfeld. Trying to watch some movies. What else, Emerson? Any other interesting questions as we consider potentially calling Michelle and showing her face with a considerable delay?
We have a question for Michelle, so if you get her up there, we can ask that.
All right. Can we put Michelle's, maybe we should go to break. It looks like they're going to go to commercial. Everyone, we're going to show some drone footage. We'll be right back. I said we're going to show some drone footage. We'll be right there. Nope, coming up. I can't leave, technically. There we go. Have I just been talking to no one that whole time?
Just for like 20 seconds.
Can you say something?
Test. 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
And action.
Okay, we're live. Sorry, went to a random break. Wasn't aware of that. What was I saying? We were talking about how it's hard to get close to the hole if you're in the rough, which I feel like I've heard said this week a handful of times. What is Paul Casey waiting for? That is kind of my question. Just tap it in. There you go. Nice par. I mean, on one hand, it's kind of beautiful without any spectators to be able to see the way the course really lays out the area in between all of the trees. I don't know. I mean, I think the concept of how golf tournaments are going to be changed going forward without spectators is going to be considerable, you know? But I honestly cannot wait to get back to a tournament with a full crowd. I'm hoping it's Waste Management 2021. That is such a tournament that's near and dear to my heart. This would be pretty epic. This would be an epic drop. I wouldn't wear the shirt, but it looks great on him. I love it. Ah, such a good putt. That's just kind of one of those things where, you know, you give it what you got. You know, for me, it's funny because for me, when I make putts like that, it's like, I feel like that's my chance. But the truth is, when you're that good, you're going to have so many chances. And you're going to hole out from the bunker and you're going to chip in. So I have a feeling like at that level, it's just like, I've got a ton of chances. Probably until you get to the 16th hole. That's when your chances go down. He likes his chances. Speak of the devil. I mean, beta blockers. Gotta be beta blockers. I took beta blockers once before a talk, and it definitely shuts down the fear system. You're just like, technical difficulties, no problem. Well, sorry, Michelle. Looks like you have to go. So that one didn't work out. Colin Morikawa, a star. Rocking the Sim 3-wood. I am actually playing the M5 3-wood. High ball flight. When you're really, whoa, that was a bounce and a half. Oh, did I hit a sprinkler head? Nice watch in the background, Cameron. I'm loving it. 4 left. That's bad. Oh, that hit some. Oh, wow. On the tee. Oh, this is so exciting. I love stuff like this. I love stuff like this. Not because I like watching people make mistakes. I like watching people recover. This looks uncomfortable. I feel like it's going to hurt his back. I'll tell you what, though. Cash and checks doesn't hurt his back. That might actually. I don't know. Birdie, birdie. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. What is he thinking? Is he visualizing a trophy in his living room? What is he thinking? What do you think on Sunday when you open birdie, birdie like that? What if he just breaks his driver for fun? These two are just literally like, maybe they have a side bet going. The side bets get pretty intense. Oh, and Finau, jeez.
Ever thought of changing your putter grip? You know you struggle with putting in the past.
Yeah, I have. I used to actually putt like this with the index fingers down. You know, like this. And someone told me not to do that because like only idiots do that. And so then I stopped, but I saw Phil doing it this week, so go figure. He's pretty good at putting. So yeah, no, I have experimented with it, but mostly I'm experimenting with on putting with the tempo and the timing, trying to just 1 back, 2 through, click, click, you know, as far as units of distance. I wish we had a putting green in here. That would be great. It would certainly make all of the technical difficulties go away because we would just be putting. All right, we're going to go to a commercial break, everybody. Go get a drink, go outside, take your dog for a walk. We'll be right back. And now we're going to show an actual drone package. Ready? I'm here, waiting for the drone package. Yes. Turn my mic off mute. Let me tell you folks, going to the bathroom on a commercial break is stressful. You only have a certain amount of time. Some questions on the feed about how this works. So how we were intending this to work is you have the TV on and then your laptop is showing this. Does that answer the question? I think that answers the question. So then you can hear both, see both, whatever you want. I suppose it might be confusing. I've never been a recipient of this type of treatment, so I don't know. I don't know. It may not be that entertaining. I don't know. Morikawa in the bunker. I was there. He can make a par from there. He's pissed. One of the things that happens, I think, to people like us, that is amateurs, is we watch the pros, and I think we don't really see the right things to take away. We take away, like, disappointment at hitting the wrong side of the green or needing to get up and down. Oh my God, I need to be quiet for this. This is interesting. I mean, he doesn't even have a number from over there. He's guessing. That's a good shot. Yeah, I mean, safe play. You want to hit that short, especially with the rough. You never really know how it's going to come out of this rough. Sometimes it goes long, sometimes it goes short, sometimes it comes out with a little spin, sometimes none. Oh, wow. I just realized one thing you should not do on a live feed, drink a carbonated beverage. Don't want to do that. Wow. It's really hard to silence burps. Moving on. Paul Casey also didn't hit the fairway on the second hole. Yeah. How many fairways is he going to hit? He doesn't seem to care because he's almost hitting every green. Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like we come into it and, you know, I think we don't see the positive energy that they're taking because a lot of that is mental. You know, very few players don't react to negative shots. Most players are reacting hot and heavy to shots. And one of Brooks's, one of my favorite quotes of his is when he said, I know that I didn't hit the right spot of the green on 12 at Augusta, but I wanted to not make any emotive response so that anyone behind me would have no idea where I was. And they would just think that I was still playing the same golf I want to play. And I think that's really interesting. DJ, I mean, can we talk about how quickly he grew this beard back? Lightning speed. I could swear he shaved, it's fully back. This is like, didn't he shave this morning? This is crazy. Yeah. Oh, they're all wearing whoop straps now. I like his in blue. Yeah, all of the players on tour are wearing whoop straps because it's become an official COVID monitoring device after after Nick Watney observed his respiratory rate skyrocket, and then he realized that he had asymptomatic COVID-19. I ran into Bo Hostler at the Kingdom shortly after that, and he said that Nick was fine, didn't have any, real sickness happening. But just really goes to show how this is a serious thing. Like, you can have it and have no idea. And the one cool thing about the whoop strap is you can at least know that you might have it when your respiratory rate goes from 13 breaths per minute to 16, 17, and 18. Mine has stayed in the 13 to 14 range, which is considerably low, which is a definition of good health. Birdie, bogey, birdie. Doesn't like pars, Scotty Scheffler. Doesn't like pars. Oh, he's setting up for a nice bullet. Bring this thing off the left side. Freedom. That's what he's chasing. First major. Come on. This will be a fun story. Come on. There, he's fine there. Center stripe. So we call these fairways black and white. When they mow the one side all in one direction and the other all back in the other, that's called black and white. And it's actually a popular way. I'm going to go get a voice lesson after this. The black and white mowing is actually common at municipal golf courses. I'm not sure why. Bethpage does it, and it's beautiful. I talked to the team at Bethpage, and they go out early in the morning. They've got about 7 mowers all in kind of a diagonal line, like staggered like that, and they just all mow one direction, then they come back and mow the other. I don't know what fairway this is because that's not black and white. What is happening to my commentary, folks? Well, here's the thing. I don't know a lot about most of this stuff, but at least we're going to learn together. That's one thing. He could drain this. 3-3-2. I mean, just impressive. What is he doing at the room? What is he doing at the room at night? Is he just meditating? What is he doing? How do you get that good? Yeah, good play. Casey doesn't care. He's just talking about something else. He's like, there's the Carl's Jr. It's over there. I was looking for it last night. Waze had me all turned around. A lot of these guys are staying in Airbnbs this week. Kind of interesting. Ooh, jumped. Fratelli last night on IG Live was saying how the firm bunkers are good in the fairways, but bad by the greens because it's hard to really get that type of spin with the precision that you're looking for off of the ball. Oh, sorry, go again, Evan. Cool. All right, so our next guest we have, technically proficient and all ready to go, Jamie Dornan. He's been in a lot of movies you've seen, 50 Shades of Grey. Jamie, how are you? Oh, God. I can't hear you. Can I hear you now? Gentlemen, I can't hear Jamie. That's, I mean, we could do the yes or, we could do the yes or no question interview, which would be, what's that? We could. We'll just try, Jamie, we'll come back to you in a minute. We're going to try to get this figured out. I'm very sorry. Sorry about that, folks. Didn't expect that to be the technical difficulties. So we're going to just see if Jamie can get the audio working. Got to admit, it's slightly distracting. A lot of people wearing gray. I like the gray look. It fits the vibe. Also, very easy to look at. Not a lot of white today. Makes sense because... Great putt, Colin. Great par putt. You know, the thing about the white is you don't want to wear white when it's raining. That's obvious. It's obvious. Fourth hole, 597. It's a beast. I think that's... Is that the right line? I feel like that's... Oh, that's right. I love the geese in the fairway. That's great. I saw someone last night say that's how you know you're playing a muni. Yeah. Love the stance. Love the fit of the pants. Rope hat, obviously on key. Scheffler seems like the kind of guy who you just might, and oh, sit. That's too bad. Yeah, Dottie knows. Dottie, friend of the pod. We had a great interview with Dottie at her hotel in Santa Monica when she was here for the Genesis. That was great. 57 yards. That is awkward. Nick knows what he's talking about. What is it? Me, I had a 9-iron from the left rough. Wow. Wow. I mean, these guys are just dialed. You know, Dustin talked about when he really started to play better, it was when he just dialed himself from 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 yards, and then he went to a cut on the driver. That was all it was.
Erik, playing Bethpage on Wednesday. Any tips?
No way, Anthony. You're going to have the best time at Bethpage. That place is a riot.
Sorry about this. I'm going to send you a new link.
For playing Bethpage, what's your handicap? If your handicap is low, like if it's inside of 5, play whatever tee box you want. But if you're playing like a, you know, above a 5 or around a 10, just play the blues or even the whites. Don't go crazy. You're going to lose some balls. Obviously, the grass is going to be really tall there because it's summertime. And, you know, I think in a way it's kind of like you're looking at how can I just have good shots. You know, you don't come away with it trying to post a score. Come into it just trying to see what good shots I can hit. Have fun with it. Play around with the different, you know, pin placements and things like that. And enjoy 10 and 11. Those are some really incredible holes as you sort of get out to the end of the property. 4 is my favorite hole on the property. Really great, par 5. You know, I think, you know, you don't really go for 4 in 2, so you kind of want to hit the fairway on the first one and then maybe like 4-iron or 6-iron up to the right side, and then you can at least see the putting surface. So, man, enjoy it. Take some photos. Enjoy 17. Maybe play 17 from an up tee box and see if you can get a hole-in-one, because no one's going to ask you what tees you played. If you made a hole-in-one at Bethpage, no one's going to say, oh, from the white tees? No one's going to care. And watch out for those greens. They are slick. I mean, is everyone just going to birdie the first hole here? Man, easy work. Easy work. You know, the interesting thing about golf is, you know, when you watch golf on TV, it's like red zone. You're watching the best golfers on their best day, on their best holes. So you got to remember that. If any of these players that are inside the top 10 make 3 bogeys, we'll never see them again. So you got to remember, like, what we're seeing on television is really just red zone. Like, you know, NFL, when you watch red zone, is basically just the highlight plays of the, you know, of the hot games. Scheffler with the pencil. What kind of pencil is that? Is it just a Harding Park pencil, or maybe it's like his home course? I don't know. I want to know everything about that pencil. Solid. We get a new pencil every round. I mean, you know, there's probably a lot of pencil strategy. Might think about that. Vest is a good look for the weather like this. Keeps your core very warm. I love a good vest. We have a vest, actually. The RGC Vineyard Vines vest. I like it very much. But it's nice because you still feel very free in your arms, which I like. I like the arms to be quite free. Reasonably make a good putt here. Right edge. Yeah. What's that? I can't hear you. Jamie's ready? Yeah. Cool. All right. Jamie's ready. Let's go. We have audio?
I hope so.
Amazing. I still can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. Is it me? Is there a speaker you can put out so that I can, maybe the people at home can hear him? I'm about to turn into Ron Burgundy here, folks. Jamie, I'm sorry. This is not the way it's supposed to go down. Is that a 10-16? What is that?
No, it's an Air King.
Bring it on the wrist there. Bring it in close to the camera. Oh, that's beauty. I like that. Oh, very pleasant. See, I've been thinking about it. That is the watch, folks, that went to Everest, and you got the whoop strap. We're like twins, except you're in Ireland. You're in Ireland right now, or England?
No, England.
I think I need to get better at lip reading.
Fans can hear him at least.
Oh, can they?
Yeah.
Okay, the people at home can hear you. So I tell you what, I'm just going to ask you questions, and then later I'm going to call you, and we're going to figure the answer out. Where are you right now, Jamie? I saw a picture of you playing golf with some cows recently. Can you tell us about that experience?
Yeah. So I live in the English countryside, like 2 hours outside of London, and it's very rural. There's lots of livestock, and the local kind of golf club that I'm a member of has 3 courses. Got an old course that's like a link style course where it has like cows walking over all over the place, all over the fairways and all over the tee boxes and everything. So it's quite a novel way to play golf. I wouldn't want to play golf with cows within range every time I play golf, but it's pretty fun.
I can actually hear you now, Jamie. So this is an incredible improvement in the interview process. You don't quite realize how much the words from the interview are important until they're gone away. So
I can imagine.
Let's dig into an interview, folks. Welcome, finally, to the Random Golf Club live stream. Jamie Dornan, our guest. Jamie, what would you prefer? Would you prefer what was the highest achievement of acting that you could possibly get? And is there something in golf that would be more important than that to you? Tough question.
That is tough, because I guess what's the pinnacle of my game is an Academy Award, I guess, and then the pinnacle of golf is an Open Championship. I personally think they're both pretty cool trophies to bring out at an after party. I think because I'm in one, I'm probably gonna have to say I'd take an Academy Award over a Clark Champ. I don't know. You know what? I don't know. I don't want to make that like.
I love it.
I actually can't call that.
More creative question. What accent are you just waiting to be asked to do? Like, is there an accent? Because you do the voiceover. You obviously can do any accent you want, American. What's the accent that you're like, someone please give me the role for this accent?
I tell you what, it goes the other way. Like, I have a longer list of accents I never want to be asked to do. I think a lot of actors do that, and I've got better about that recently, because I've had the top of that list would have been a Liverpool accent. And then I did a Liverpool accent in a movie called A Private War last year, 2 years ago maybe. And I'm not saying it was easy, but like anything in life, you put the work in, and it's achievable. So that is sort of broken down these barriers of fear that I had for accents, and now I feel like if I can do the Scouse Liverpool accent, I can probably tackle anything. There's some that I like South African. Anytime I sort of pretend or try to do it, I am so far off. That's one I probably would be not keen to do. I've wanted to do a southern American, like a sort of Kentucky or something. I like the idea. I like the sound. I like Alabama. I like those sort of deep south those sounds.
You could fit in well there. I feel like you could move to Kentucky, put on a drawl, like a southern accent, and probably no one would even question whether or not you exceeded through the ranks of Hollywood business career life.
Do they have good golf down there?
Yeah, they do. I mean, dude, there's good golf everywhere, and I think that's kind of like what I wanted to get into it with you a little bit is, I know your story a little bit. You started playing golf when you were younger, got into it, then stopped playing for 10 years, you said, and then got back into it more recently. What is it that brought you back into golf in your 30s? You think? Is there something in particular?
It's funny, I've always, even in this sort of 10-year period, which is pretty much my 20s, it was more geography. I was living in London, and of course there's great golf in London, but you sort of have to get out of London a little bit. And some of those great courses, there's not a lot of 20-year-old members. It takes a bit of time to get into those sort of clubs or whatever. I think in my 20s I was just sort of bumming around and having a lot of fun, and golf just wasn't in my priority list. I just sort of put it to the wayside a bit. I would still go off on the odd golf holiday, and I do this father-sons golf thing with my dad every year in Ireland, and a load of my mates and our fathers, and whoever's father's not left, we sort of mix in with each other, and it's been going for 13 years now. So there's definitely a period of that in my 20s where I was playing. But then you see, if you're playing so little, when you do play, you play terribly. So then, you don't want to play. So you're like, you know what, I'm going to take a break from golf because I'm not good at it anymore. And then, I don't know, something happened when, around the time I turned 30, I think we started having kids. And there was like, I felt like I needed some of that time away, maybe, to myself, so I got more into, and now I'm verging on obsessed.
Verging on obsessed. It's interesting because that's a lot I've heard, and this is my story. I mean, I got into golf from zero at age 30 and fell in love with it, and it seems like a lot of the people that I share a lot in common with have the same story. Like they really their love for golf accelerated at the age of 30, and in some ways it sort of solved a different problem for them than it may have solved when you're younger, right? When you're 30, you're kind of looking for maybe a different kind of complexity, a puzzle that's a bit more, obviously it's social and whatnot, but even just if the ultimate reason to play golf, in my opinion, is sort of a way of revealing yourself to yourself, when you can say, wow, I'm this game is driving me crazy, look at me. Do you have that experience ever? I mean, the emotional intelligence of an actor is obviously probably higher than most other occupations. Do you find that golfing brings out something in your life that is emotionally valuable at this age?
I think I love a challenge in my life in general, and if you're someone who loves the challenge, golf is the game for you. You find your perfect game. It's so difficult, and it's forever challenging, and I think you find out a lot about yourself every time you tee it up. You really do, and about patience and your temperament. And I probably, when I was a bit younger, was a bit of a club snapper, certainly a club thrower. And I'm not now. I don't do that now.
Does the character from 50 Shades of Grey, is he also a club snapper? He's kind of an angry guy, right?
He's got issues, definitely anger issues. He he didn't. You know, there was a scene at one point in the first movie. There was a scene set at a golf course, and I was like, "Oh, listen, guys, that's going to be a great day. I love golf. I'm very excited." And then they cut it, and we didn't even shoot it. So I thought I was going to get this day where I got to just muck about the golf club. But listen, that is what keeps coming back to golf, isn't it? It's like it's a pursuit. It's a constant pursuit. It's a life pursuit to be consistent at it. And we all have days. I play off 10, so I can play a bit of golf. I would say, out of all the people in the world that play golf, I'd be the bottom 3 in chipping. I don't mean bottom 3%. I mean bottom 3 people who play golf.
1, 2, 3.
Literally 3 of us. I'm one of those 3 men or women, and so it gives you an idea of. I do hit the golf ball very well when I'm playing well, but it's around the greens, and I need to focus more on that. But it's that constant drive to want to be better at it that will just keep us playing now until we drop.
Yeah. I mean, someone posed the question to me is, if you played every hole perfectly, would the game really fascinate you for a lifetime?
No, I agree with that. It wouldn't. No.
And even
it's like anything in life,
Are you watching the golf right now?
I've got it probably a different feed to you because I've got different European feed or whatever. But it's here.
You've got the Sky Sports announcers.
I've got the Sky Sports.
Let's tune in. We've got Tommy Fleetwood here. I'm sure you know Tommy. Let's throw up the broadcast. Or no, you guys can't see the broadcast. You guys have the broadcast on another
Can't
screen.
see it.
So Tommy, a handful of mostly. Would you call them British? I mean, is Rory's not British? He's just.
No, I mean, listen, that gets it. There's a whole other. We could do a whole podcast about identity if you come from where Rory and I come from. It's a very complicated little part of the world. For some people, he's British. For some people, he's Irish, and he has his own ideas about that. But I've got to know quite a lot of the. Rory and I are literally from the same town, the same tiny town. But I've got to know. I get to play this Dunhill Links Championship the last 5, 6. I've actually missed the last 2 years. I've been working, and schedule hasn't allowed it. But I played for 6 years or something, and you get to rub shoulders with these guys, play with all these major champions, and it's a terrifying prospect.
Is it terrifying?
It's terrifying. Look, at the end of the day, the format of that, I think it's the same as the AT&T at Pebble, which is if you're not in the hole, you can pick up. It's not like,
right.
Hold on, guys, I've got this for a quadruple. Just give me a second. You're out. If you're out of the hole, you've picked up and you've moved on, which is great. I mean, I've hit top to drive 70 yards in the bush, and I'm like, guys, I'm out. No, you can hit a provision. I'm like, no.
No, I do not
I'm
want
out.
to
I don't want to keep playing golf in front of you. I can't do it. There's a crowd of people. You've won 2 major championships, and I'm being filmed. It's not a great environment if you're not a great golfer.
Yeah, it's very scary, I think. But I mean, what's the counterpart in acting? Is it theater, or are you just so in the character that it doesn't even come up for you?
Well, I think that's the thing. I mean, I actually have to say I haven't done theatre yet, and it's something I really want to do, and I haven't done it. So I know that when I do it, I will be purely, terrified. Certainly opening night, but on set, because that's your comfort zone. I mean, that's what you do, And I've had so many, pats on the back from sort of major champions and stuff after sending 150 yards right of the fairway, and I'm I'm trying to bury my head in my hands, and I'll have Shane Lowry or something be like, listen, this isn't your forum, so I'm sure if we were on set, just trying to make me feel better about this dire situation I find myself in. But if if you're in your comfort zone, nothing scares you. You don't even think about. You have no fear when you're doing something that you can do.
Right. I've heard Sam Jackson has in his rider that within the budget of the film, they will buy him a membership to the nearest private club and sometimes it's at the cost of like $1 million. What is Jamie Dornan? What does your agent do for you when you're doing a movie? Do you bring the clubs? I'm sure, and how do they? What do they do for you?
Not enough, clearly.
I know you're with CAA, so.
I'm not. That's how I got in touch with you. But I'm actually PGA. I was with CAA for like 6 years, but a long time ago. But I've still got good friends at CAA, so that's how I was managed to track you. You're quite easy guy to get a hold of, if you really need to. Actually. But what was the question?
The question was, in a simple way, like you must bring your sticks with you while working. You must find new golf courses.
Yeah, and the best thing about what I do is I get to travel, like, not in the last 5 months, funnily enough, but usually I'm traveling around and I'm going to all these quite unique places. And I always bring my sticks. I mean, that's just like a given. I just carry them everywhere. And it means you end up playing golf in countries that, aren't known for golf. I did a movie in Jordan, done a couple of jobs in Budapest, and they're not big golfing states,
No.
And so you end up having these really weird golfing experiences, and also like golf, I struggle to sit still a lot of the time. You're probably noticing this right now, but if I'm on set and I have a prop in my hand, or particularly if I have an umbrella or something, I'm just constantly, fiddling around, like doing takeaways and stuff. And invariably, there's someone in the crew, a grip or whoever, will go like, "Oh, do you play?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And did you bring your clubs with you? I'm like, "Yeah." So you end up playing with like crew. There's always someone who plays golf, right? So I've had some great experiences whilst away working. Actually, the first time I ever broke 80 was at TPC Louisiana when I was shooting a movie out there. I've got good memories of, and that'll always continue. Like, I will always bring my clubs because you can play golf anywhere.
That's great. It's kind of like a little movie random golf club. You end up playing with the people on set who would probably never go out to dinner with you in a different world, and you really get this, and I want to talk to you about this. I know it's late for you. I know you got to go, but
no.
The idea that, golf is this world that only exists for certain types of people, and everyone on tour has, this in the bank, and they like these cars, and they like this wine, or whatever it is. I think golf is actually an amazing leveling opportunity where we can all sort of play together. I mean, especially where you're from in Northern Ireland, Scotland, you have you have golf clubs where every type of person is a member, and that didn't really translate to America. And what a cool opportunity for you to go to a movie and play golf with the grip. I mean, that's kind of like, movies are quite segregated, right? I mean, it's like, this is talent. They have a green room. Don't bother them. And if they're Christian Bale, get the hell out of their eye line. You know what I mean? So it's really cool that golf offered you an opportunity to enmesh further with the family of creatives that make the film itself. That's so special.
Yeah, it's just been an added sort of bonus with that because, my approach to it is like, how am I any different to those people anyway? Just because, I hate that term talent when it comes to the actors and stuff. I really struggle with it, always have, because there's people way more talented than me behind the camera. I've always struggled with that. And at the end of the day, we're all just people. We're all coming together with this common goal of making a movie or whatever. And I guess I also think with actors, I get really annoyed when there are actors who do keep up that sort of story, who are very unapproachable and who do make things difficult, and they fuel that idea that actors are sort of to be kept a distance from. I'm not even including a Christian Bale in that because that, by the way, that would irk me as well if someone walked my line and would have taken a pair of nails the first time. But it's just the general behaviour of some actors, and I have to say, I'm lucky. I haven't really worked with anyone like that yet who has been a nightmare or treated crew that they're differently. But I know they exist. But I think golf has been a cool thing. I've played with a lot of crew and stuff, and I'll jump on what you're saying there about golf, and I want to thank you for what you do in terms of breaking down those barriers with golf, and I think it's very important because I grew up in I am still a member of Royal Belfast, and it has some traditions that are probably definitely in need of updating and stuff, but it still has an accessibility to it, But outside of that, we are so spoiled on the island of Ireland for golf clubs that anyone can go and play at every level, and some unbelievable courses that you can pay way less than you pay like a 5 out of 10 course in the States to play. You know what I mean? And that American thing, that Caddyshack, country club thing. Most people's idea of golf is that.
Yeah.
And I think I said to you in an email that I spend my life defending golf, because people have this idea that it's just like, blazers with bronze buttons and ties done up to the max and, men only bars. And by the way, there's an element of that, but I'm all for trying to do whatever small voice I have in trying to change that. And you're making great strides in that world, because golf, I think it's a cool sport. It's cool. There's a lot of, all my friends who play it, they're cool guys. They're not they're really fun people and great people, and have an appreciation of beauty and aesthetics and getting to walk around somewhere beautiful, and also have this amazing time to talk to each other, and also have this competitive edge, and be trying to master this really artful, odd thing with sticks and metal in your hand. I mean, there's so much about it that I think is brilliant, and I just think they need to lax untuck your shirt, wear your hat backwards. I mean, that needs to change. That you need to be able to, move with the times with that. I'll draw the line at jeans. I don't think you should wear denim jeans on a golf course. I actually, it's one thing I'll stick to. I don't think that's right. But everything else, they've got to loosen up.
Yeah, golf gets a bad rap, and we've definitely seen that on some level. One of our kind of sub-missions or sub-themes at Random Golf Club is to work on that PR problem that golf has. And I agree with you about jeans. Also, jeans don't really make sense. Like, they're thick, and then it doesn't really make a lot of sense. I mean, jeans are great. I mean, what are you wearing right now? What do you got? Sweats?
I'm wearing jeans.
Me too. Yeah. Jeans are great around the house.
Yes.
I always want to wear something where if there was some type of emergency and I had to run somewhere out of the house, I would at least feel like, you know what I mean? Like, jeans, I feel like they're like armor,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, true. You don't sleep in them though, do you?
No. But sometimes I'll watch a movie in them, even though I could switch into sweats. I feel like, and that's why once I take the jeans off, that's when I really get scared inside the house, because it's like, now I'm really vulnerable. I'm not wearing my jeans.
How many people do you think have just tuned out of this while we've been talking about jeans?
I mean, I don't know. I'm here for it. This is all I care about. I'm fascinated.
Yeah.
When you talk about defending. More people tuned in. We got a number. Jamie, when you talk about defending golf, like what is the most common thing? Like, so who hates golf that's in your life right now?
My wife. No, no, she doesn't. I have to say, I put in a simulator into the house just before Christmas, and then we were all in New York. We were meant to be in New York for a long time, and then lockdown happened. We came back, and I've spent a bit of time in the simulator room, so my golf's improved definitely, but my wife probably would like it if I hadn't put it in sometimes, I think. It's not even like people. It's just some people just, I don't get it. I don't get why people are into it. And then I'm like, do you like walking? Do you like going out for like a walk? Like, yeah, of course. I'm like, would you love to walk somewhere really beautiful, like by the ocean, and there's beautiful trees that are like 300 years old, and and the grass is very beautiful, and there's like whales going past. Listen, I know not all golf is like this, but there is golf like this, and we've been lucky enough to play golf courses like that. And they're like, yeah. It's like, well, that's what golf is, but you have 1 or 2 or 3 of your best friends with you. You talk the whole way around. Do you like catching up with your friends? Yeah. What about combining those 2 things? Yeah. Actually, hold on a second. That sounds okay. And then what about, are you competitive? Yeah, I get really competitive. Well, why don't you throw a bit? And then before they know it, they're going, yeah, golf actually sounds okay. You know,
this is a great pitch.
Well, listen, but that's what it is, you know, and I think sadly it's so deeply rooted in, it's for men over 70 who dress terribly and, you know, only are members of golf clubs so that they can avoid spending time with their wife and kids.
Yeah.
You know, and again, I'm not saying that doesn't exist. That does. But the golf that I know is this brilliantly social, fun, you know, gathering of people of all ages to do something that's really, really challenging, but also massively rewarding.
So last thing here, speaking of the golf that you know, Royal Belfast, I've played there.
No.
Yeah, and I had the best time ever. It is, you know, if you're listening to this and you're thinking of a trip to Northern Ireland to play some of the best golf in the world, including obviously Portrush and Royal County Down, and there's Port Stewart, obviously. Royal Belfast, and Jamie, I want to ask you about this. Incredible golf course right on the inlet there in Belfast. We played with a group of members who you probably know. I'll send you a link to the video when we're done. Had the best day. The clubhouse is incredible. They were so nice and generous, and we had a great round. We played a little match. Royal Belfast might be a lot like Harding Park. What do you think?
It's much easier. Based on your front nine video of trying to break 90 at Harding Park, it's definitely easier. You can spray it a wee bit at Royal Belfast and kind of be fine. You know, particularly spraying it right, you can do that off most tee boxes. It's funny. It's right by the water, as you know, but it's not a links course, which is very unusual, particularly in Ireland. It's got a couple of holes that are sort of linksy, 9, 10, 11, or a bit linksy. But someone asked me the other day. I was playing at my local club here in England. Said if you could play, you've got 24 hours to live, so you can play one round of golf.
Ooh, good question.
Out of all the courses, even courses you've never played, I'm talking about Augusta National here. What would you pick? And I just instantly said Royal Belfast. I didn't even question it because it's my home club. I grew up playing there. I first played it when I was 10. I have the most insane memories when I drive down that. You know, that it's a very, very long drive right down through the course to get there. And something happens to me when I drive down there. I just flooded with unbelievable memories. So the feeling of the place for me personally can't be matched by some course that I've never played. So I always say that. You know?
That's really beautiful. Yeah, I mean, the idea that would be the last course you'd want to play is sort of speaks to how much it really means to you. And when people ask me what my favorite golf course is, it's like, there's a little 9-hole track over there, you know, like it's a dump, but I love it.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? It's where I learned to play. It's where I, you know, made mistakes, where I had great successes. It's not like that. The feeling that golf brings you is really why we play, and that feeling only exists at bucket list courses if you bring the right mindset, right? Like, I'm sure you've had some incredible bucket list experience. I mean, playing in the Dunhill is something that is just out of this world. Like, I think they've offered it for sale, and it was like £30,000 to play in it. Yeah. And but that doesn't really mean anything when it comes to, you know, why do you play golf? What's actually meaningful? And the idea of home is really, that's beautiful, man. You're a good guy. Yeah. The Augusta card, Augusta's fine. You'll see it on TV. It's fine. It's okay.
Exactly. And also, I played terribly at Augusta. Like, you know, with those greens. I mean, I've got to be real here. You know, I can put a score together at Royal Belfast. I can't do that at Augusta.
Yeah, you want your last round to at least be good. You want to go out on a good note.
Yeah.
You know, Bing Crosby's last words. Do you know what they were, Jamie?
I actually do, and I totally forgotten. But
it's in a golf book. His last words were, "That was a great round of golf, fellas." He walked off the 18th. He was playing in Spain. Walked off, went into the clubhouse, had a heart attack, and just went on to the next life.
I'd be happy to go out that way.
Well, here's to that. Cheers to that.
Cheers to that. Yeah.
I'll see you soon. Well, I'm sure we'll connect as soon as the borders open. I mean, I could go to Northern Ireland tomorrow, I guess.
You could go to Northern Ireland. You couldn't go to the Republic without quarantining, but you could go to Northern Ireland. But yeah, we need to get out and play some golf. Also, want to add, if you're going to send me that video of you playing Royal Belfast, will you also send me that cap that you're wearing at?
You want the red and blue RGC hat?
Yeah,
I've got it right here. Yeah. Well, I'll definitely send you one. And they're actually, if you're listening and you want that hat, I think we're going to release it next week. So if you're not Jamie Dornan, you can go on randomgolfclub.com and pick one up. All right, brother. Thanks for your time. Sleep well.
Cheers,
enjoy
man.
the
Thanks,
sim.
Eric.
We'll see you soon.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you. See you guys.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Guys, so glad we got the audio working on the interview. I figured out the problem. It was on this little box here. Check this out. So this is inside the matrix here. So when I unplug this, I can't hear the TV or the guest. And if I have the number clicked over on some other improper coordination, anyway, so Michelle, it's actually my fault that I couldn't hear you, I realized. But the truth is, I'm also an idiot. So it's not really my expectation to know these things. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break while we watch Cameron Champ. Let's watch this. Co-leader if he drops this one. Fourth hole. Rick Shields, how you doing, man? I was actually just thinking about you, Rick, because I think you could help Jamie Dornan with his chipping woes. What do you think? Can we get Rick on the feed really quick? Hold on one more time. Rick Shields is in the chat. Can we get him on video? We're working on it. All right, Rick, stand by. I'm still drinking the bubbly. Yeah, I can tell you his email. You want to text me the join link? Text me the join link, Evan, and I'll text it to Rick. We're going to get Rick on the show. Well, I feel way better. Let's see what my heart rate's at now. 77. I am cooling off like a vintage car in the shade. That is a great feeling. Some hiccups in the beginning, I'll tell you what. It's stressful. It's stressful over here. Wow. Tigers clubs are fire. I'm on Instagram right now, looking at Tigers clubs. Man, people are just ripping up the course today. That is crazy stuff. Yes or no? Get the mustache? All right, just kidding. It's just waiting here. You don't even know what's going on under this desk. There's so much stuff under here. I could probably lift it up, actually. It's pretty heavy. This just a moment ago. One of my favorite golf quotes, actually. Emerson, what would be your favorite golf quote from announcing?
Vern Lundquist in Tiger 6 chips in at 16.
Yeah, so that is in your life? No. Yeah, in your life. In your life!
I think, right?
Yeah, it's not better than most. That's what the players. Better than most. I mean, how must it feel to wake up and be Tiger Woods? Hey, they're going to commercial. We're going to go to commercial too. I'm going to go exchange this bubbly beverage. Oh, maybe they're not going to commercial. Timing's hard. See, we're clearly pirates over here. We're just following the mothership. This is a live drone. No, this can't be live because it's sunny. Don't let them fool you, folks. This was shot 12 years ago. All right, I got the link for Rick. I'm going to get Rick in this copy link. Everyone stay tuned for Rick Shields' YouTube. Million followers on YouTube. Subscribers? Let's see if you got that. I think you got it. We got, at 3 o'clock, we got a guest coming in who's in the bubble, the NBA bubble, down there in Orlando, bugging out in the bubble. Have you all ever bugged out in a bubble? True, a real honest question. All right, hit me with some comments. Pappas, any questions?
People are curious about Adventures in Golf.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to,
Adventures in Golf Season 5.
if you want to tease what you were just talking about earlier today.
Adventures in Golf Season 5 is happening. We've obviously shot one episode which you've seen, the COVID episode, where we played at Monarch Dunes, which was the first course essentially in California to open based on a plea from the general manager to the Chamber of Commerce to say, look, we can open and we can be safe and we can offer a benefit to the citizens of our county. We shot 2 episodes after that, one in Pittsburgh at a free golf course called Buell Farm. Free 9-hole course that totally is dope. Oh, Rick Shields can't do it. It's his wife's birthday. Everyone wish Rick Shields his wife's birthday. I shouldn't be texting during a live feed, but you know what? We can do that over here. You know Sir Nick wants to look at his phone and see what's popping. He wants to see if he's made any mistakes.
Speaking of Buell Park for the comment, what are your thoughts on it?
On what?
On Buell Park?
Buell Farm? My thoughts on Buell Farm?
Yeah.
My thoughts on Buell Farm is that it is quite literally the best place to play your first round of golf ever. Something happens when you tell the community that this is free, and all of a sudden, people stop being fill in the blank. You know what I want to say here, right? I'm going to try not to curse. They stop being. How many letters is that, folks? It's a lot of letters. 1, 2, 3. It's 8 letters. No, 9 letters. 7, 8, 9 letters. Starts with an A, ends with an S. You get it? When did I just curse effectively? Anyway, they stop doing that and they start being communal. They start playing together. There's no tee times because it's free. You just walk up and you play. And I saw more bad shots standing in and around the golf course for that afternoon than I've ever seen in my life, but I also saw more smiles. So Buell Farm is the future. It's the way to go. It's the way to move forward. Colin Morikawa on the tee. I feel like that needs to cut a little more, but maybe he's good. Just a moment ago. First cut. First cut for Morikawa is like, it's just like slightly undercooked chicken. He's gonna eat it and he's probably gonna be fine. You know? Cameron Champ, he's gonna whip this one up the right side. Or just right down the middle. I'm gonna stop doing this. I'm gonna stop trying to guess what they're gonna do. And this is why when people are like, who's gonna win? I'm like, I don't even know what I'm gonna do tomorrow or how it's gonna go. So then we did, after Buell Farm, we went to Washington, D.C., and we had perhaps one of the more meaningful episodes of Adventures in Golf we've ever recorded. Langston Golf Course started in 1925 in Washington, D.C., and it was the first desegregated golf course in America where anyone could play golf. And it started off as 9 holes and then expanded to 18, and it is really an incredible golf course. Now I can't hear anything. I turned down this commercial. Okay. I still hear it. All right. Anyway, it was the first golf course that. Can you still hear me? 'Cause I'm kind of mixed up here. Yeah. Okay. Good. 6-way tie at the lead. I just heard as I'm watching a commercial of 2 people jump into some beautiful water. Are you guys getting the same commercial? This is for money. Something money. I love Chick-fil-A. Can I just comment on the commercials for a bit?
Eric Diaz said he wants your pick so they can bet the opposite.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick wrong. I'll pick wrong. Yeah, okay. So honestly, I think it's gonna be DeChambeau and Morikawa come into a playoff. Morikawa's gonna bring them down. Crazy stuff. If that happens, put money on that, Emerson. Give me some money on that. I'll bet this mic on that. Check out this handy mic thing, huh? Like I said, though, doesn't even work. Does that make you feel sad? Or so when I hold it there, do you feel like I'm just messing with you? Look, it was better than wearing a Chase shirt. I think you don't want me to do that. I like my shirt here. It's a Henley. Actually, is this a Henley? Can we get a description on what this actually is? What is it? It's like a half button.
3/4 button.
The reason why I like it is because it's kind of like a target top for a shirt. It's not a convertible. It's not a t-shirt, but it's not a hard top. It's not a button down all the way. It's kind of in between. It's like I'm wearing Birkenstocks right now, but I'm wearing socks, okay? And you know the reason why is because I like the support. I like the support from the Birk. By the way, these are, if you want to talk about footwear, these are all rubber Birkenstocks. $30 Birkenstock. It's all rubber. I've had these for years, no problem. They're great for like an indoor day when you want your foot to breathe, but you want that arch support. You're going to see a lot of men and women out there who have jobs where they're on their feet all day, And they're going to go for a shoe like this because it has great arch support. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, can we get in a close-up here? We're going to go to a close-up, but basically you've got one of the great benefits, not only the breathability, but this little toe bar as you get in here. We got to go to the lower camera here, folks. There we go. So when you go to yes, there you go. So if you're not a Birkenstock fan, this toe bar actually promotes strength in your foot because your toes are grabbing it more actively than they would in a sneaker or a shoe. Add to that breathability. Not stylish, really, I'll be totally honest. I feel like a clown wearing these, but for me, it's about function over form. And I'm wearing, I don't even know what kind of socks these are. They've got owls on them. J. Crew has some good socks. Anyway, the point is, you got great arch support and breathability. Why on earth am I talking about the Birkenstocks?
Two different names for the shirt. One option is a pop over.
Pop over.
And the other is just a quarter button.
Quarter button or pop over?
I like pop over.
I'm going to go with pop over because I like Pop-Tarts and I also like turnovers. So that's a combo of both of those. And I might develop at one point in my life a food snack also called a pop over. I'm pretty sure there's already a thing called a pop over, and I think it's kind of like a turnover, but more poppy. Terrible stuff, terrible stuff. Bryson's not laughing because he's about to make, how much does the winner make today? 1.6, 1.8? Ton of money, ton of money. We all talk about the money, but these guys they probably care about it too. That is a terrible chip. That's me. I do that and I'm pissed. Oh. So when DJ does that, do you think his whoop strap is like, I'll bet he's at 130 right now. Pissed through the roof. Get away. Colin.
Seb on Golf wants to know, what's the bigger story? Byron winning his first or Brooks winning his third? If they were to happen, obviously.
Byron? Bryson. I was like, Byron Nelson is not a story this week, Emerson. Can we get a shot on Emerson, please? I need the people at home to see who's feeding me my info. The bigger story is Brooks going 5 or Bryson going 1 major?
3 in a row for Brooks would be, or Bryson winning the first.
The biggest story, physically, would be if Bryson and Brooks got into a playoff. That would be epic. And then just got into a fight. That would be the coolest thing ever. By the way, I'm not a fan of fights. I think sometimes you see these like golf meme accounts, they post like fights on the golf course and they make me cringe. I don't know why. I'm a kind person. I don't like movies with violence. Scheffler, can't drop it. Overread it. Scheffler, what are we gonna tell you, man? No break park. That's what we call Harding Park. Nothing breaks. Get it in the hole. Good putt. All right, so we got a shot of Emerson here, folks. Can we load this up? Emerson, there he is. Emerson's wearing the Randamu hat. Emerson, pop us. And wearing your mask. I'm not wearing a mask. I'm in the bubble. All right, folks, so that was Emerson. Be prepared to throw it back to Emerson if we've got anything. Should we get him a mic? We're going to just, do you want to be a co-host?
From here, sure.
Get him a mic, please. Emerson, we're going to give you a mic at some point. But in the meantime, Pop Over is the name of the shirt. Scheffler's got a rope hat. So does Emerson. You guys are kindred spirits. Who's your pick to win, Emerson?
I'm a Brooks guy, so I'm rooting for Brooks.
You're rooting for Brooks?
Yeah.
Good. Great. You're fired. Dustin Johnson just hovering around there, man. I love that. I love that. Guys, have you ever seen Where's Waldo? Okay, well, the game I'm playing today is Where's Jeff Shackelford? I am trying to find him in the background of every shot. If I can find him, I will give myself a coffee. I am probably going to take a break here in a minute because we got Iggy coming up. He doesn't like to be called Iggy, by the way, so I will never do that again. We've got Iguodala coming up in a little bit from the bubble. From the bubble. Very excited to hear what his experience is like. So what's happening? I'm hearing tapping in my ear. Oh, we're getting a mic ready for Emerson. That's what's happening. Drop, drop, drop. Yes! Was that? I don't know what hole he's on. Good, birdie. Monster. All right, tell you what. We're going to go to break, everybody. We're going to give Emerson a mic. I'm going to drink some non-carbonated water. And very shortly, we'll be back with Andre Iguodala. In the meantime, let's see. Please enjoy the 4th hole at Harding Park. where I made my first birdie of the day, and we were all very excited. How excited were we, David? Thrilled. It was a big moment for me. 607 yards, 4 shots. Really a highlight of my life. One of the best things that's ever happened to me. So enjoy that clip. Enjoy the video if you haven't seen it on our YouTube channel as well. Or you could watch the trailer of 50 Shades of Grey. I almost called it 60 Shades of Grey. 50 Shades of Grey. And also, Jamie's coming up with Trolls pretty soon as well. And if you like movies about serial killers, Jamie was also in The Fall, which is legit terrifying. I actually had to turn that movie off because I thought, I really want to have Jamie as a friend. And if I finish this movie, I'll never be able to trust him. So, you got to make decisions like that, folks. Anyway, enjoy the clip. We'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you. Is that better? Now you can hear me. The whole time. I said, we're back. Bryson in a bunker. That would make a good name for a children's book. Anyway, that was a bad joke, but I said it twice. I think I'm a little bit ahead of you guys, so I'll try to go slow. Brooks driving on a rope. It looks a little left. Yeah, see, it's interesting. Very interesting. Big loogie. You think he's dipping? I mean, if I was Brooks, I'd be dipping. I would be. I'm not a big dip fan or a big tobacco fan, but I'd be dipping for sure, especially during a major. You know? Major golf involves major lips. Any dip fans out there? Sorry, this is totally inappropriate. I actually, the last time I did dip, I threw up. I was on a ski trip in the back of the bus. I was about 14 years old. And yeah, just totally vomited all over the upholstery in the bus. So that's pretty much it for me with the dip story. But it's popular in pro sports, and I don't know why. I really don't. Apparently they were going to retroactively do something so that players in baseball who dipped before this new rule were allowed to continue dipping, and then if they made the rule, you weren't allowed to start dipping, which seems like ridiculously hard to enforce. Don't entirely understand that. Morikawa playing a little bit of military golf. Left, 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 right. Okay, sorry. Loving Dustin Johnson with the Texas wedge. Do it. Oh. So we got a couple questions for Iguodala. Any more? Throw them up in the YouTube feed there. Emerson, are you also looking at Twitter as well?
I am.
He's got the Twitter feed. We got the shot on Emerson now. Can we throw it to Emerson? Maybe. There he is. Emerson, you're live. Everyone in the world can see you. Emerson, first thing I ever said to you in person was what?
Are you named after someone?
Yeah.
Emerson Fittipaldi? Or not who I'm named after, Emerson, Waldo Emerson? Or?
I said Emerson Fittipaldi
Yeah,
has the same name, and you said that's who I'm named after. Talk about that for a coincidence, folks. Now think about that. It's the last thing you want to do when you meet somebody is basically, like if you meet a woman named Summer, the last thing you want to say is, good thing it's spring. I mean, you know what I mean? You don't want to do that. But with Emerson, I just felt naturally inclined to talk about one of my favorite race car drivers, Emerson Fittipaldi. You were named after him. Talk about that, Emerson, just while I drink this water.
I don't know much about him. It's kind of, I'm doing some dishonor to the name, but I do love the name. It's definitely rising in popularity as the years have gone on. Seen both male and female, so it's cool.
Emerson worked with us for how long? 2 weeks, and then we went to Pebble on a company trip. What a ridiculous stroke of luck. Did you deserve that trip, Emerson?
I don't think anyone deserves a Pebble trip after 2 weeks of on the job, but here I am now, so it's paid off.
You're here, bro, and we love having you here. It's been such a great journey working together. You know, it's interesting hearing Jamie Dornan talk about talent. It really made me think about, you know, the idea that talent is separated from anyone else. I agree with completely. I think that really it's not that the word talent is the problem, it's that the way we use it. Talent is everywhere, and really with all the people that work with me and Evan and Emerson at Random Golf Club, you can actually see pictures of everyone on the site. If you go to Random Golf Club and go under the heading team, just making them from everywhere. Jeez, I'm sorry, I'm distracted by Bryson DeChambeau. Just knocking him back.
People want to know what golf shoes you're wearing on course.
Oh, in the Break 90 video, I wore a pair of True Links wear. They're like the 001, and they're actually a really nice shoe. It's a light shoe. It looks like a sneaker. It's got some nice tread on there, and I really like that shoe. It's also not pure white. It's kind of like a already dirty white. ADW actually is what I call it. Yeah, True Links wear. It's a nice shoe. They've got another shoe that's like a webbed kind of like, it's kind of more like a running shoe. It's a little narrow for my fat feet, so I choose not to wear that. But the more streetwear version of the shoe is fantastic. Also, some people were asking what I was wearing, the pants in that episode. Buck Mason, folks. My friend Erik Allen started a company called Buck Mason, and they They definitely have the corner for me on like t-shirts, Henleys, long sleeve tees, and they have a great 5-pocket pant that I got hemmed and I wore, and I love those pants very much. They're a thick pant. You can't really wear them in SoCal.
You want to tease dress code maybe?
Yeah, we can talk about dress code.
What's coming on?
So, we're always adding to the website, and one of the big things we're adding is Iguodala coming on right now? Dress code is a thing that I'm going to talk about in a little bit. But Evan, you tell me if we're good to go with public access television, Andre Iguodala going live from the bubble. Say that one more time. Fire in the hole. Fire in the hole. Yeah, absolutely. I think while this mic may not actually be recording my voice, the important thing is the reason that you're even able to watch this is because of Chase Sapphire. So the Break 90 video, the interview with all the PGA pros in advance that we put up last week, and also the video of driving up to Harding Park and playing with Random Golf Club San Francisco, all wonderfully brought to you by Chase Sapphire. And so it's really exciting for us because we worked with them last year at the PGA at Bethpage. We interviewed Dylan Fratelli. We interviewed Tyler Florence. We did a live podcast in their hospitality tent. And this year, obviously, as Chase Sapphire is one of the biggest sponsors of the PGA, they obviously aren't doing any in-person hospitality experiences because there's no people to hospitalitize. That starts to sound like it's not what it should be. Either way, they've been a great partner of ours. They've been a great partner of Random Golf Club. So myself, as a customer of Chase Bank for 10 years personally, it's been really cool to work with them on, making this experience come to pass, be possible. As you see, I mean, we're all sitting here and hanging out, watching golf on TV with you. So I want to say thank you for them. Iguodala, why do I keep wanting to call him Iggy? I know he doesn't like that name. I know that no one in his actual life calls him that. Tell me if we're ready to go.
You can call me that. I'm good.
There he is. But you told me you don't like when people call you that.
But people that know me, I'm cool with them calling me that. So all my teammates call me Iggy on the court. And then the referees call me Iggy. I noticed that yesterday in the game, the referee called me Iggy. Everyone calls me Iggy. And it's like, I got Iggy on the other team. So in the basketball world, it's cool. So you and I are connected and through Random Golf Club. I am an official member. I appreciate being a part of the select few. And you can call me Iggy.
You've got your bag tag coming to you. I will say there are a few things that have happened in my life that really make me feel as good as hearing from you that I can call you Iggy. It's a serious compliment, and I really appreciate that, man, because I respect you and I admire you, and you've done so much both on the court and off the court, and you want to do a lot in the game of golf. I think that's really incredible. So thanks for joining me, Iggy.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it, and I apologize for my eyes wandering because I'm locked in on what's going on right now. There's a lot of things going on right now.
Can you TiVo a live sport, or do you have to watch it live?
I can only do live.
I figured.
I can only do live.
Why is that? Because it's like social media gets in the way, or what is it? Is it that you're an athlete? What is it?
Social media can get in the way, but for me, it's just living through those moments. Now, in terms of golf, I will watch the replay, which is usually on Golf Channel. So, like, what time is that? Like 8 to like 11, that broadcast? I'm watching that over again, especially if one of my guys do really well. I want to see them win, even if I've seen it earlier or if I missed the earlier round, I want to catch them again. So Rory, Tiger, JT, DJ Brooks. I mean, I'm starting like all the guys now. If any of them playing really well, I'll watch the replay.
What is life like in the bubble in one word?
Oh man, I've been trying not to use this one word, but it has the mindset, not the real thing, but the mindset of incarceration. No, it really does.
I mean, I know that comes with a grain of salt. You're in the bubble, you're in Orlando, you're playing games, you had a great game last night. How social can you guys get within the bubble? What are you guys doing after hours?
Well, I mean, you had to figure out kind of like your schedule. Like if you can schedule yourself through by the hour, you're fine. But you find yourself like just staring at the walls if you don't time it up the right way because there's so many things that you're required to do. Like when you first wake up, you're required to take your own temperature, take your SO2, which is your oxygen levels, through like this finger device. It goes over your finger and it's all connected to your phone. You technically can't leave your room. Like you can't get to where you got to go next if you don't do that. And I find like if it's not in your schedule, it's not in your routine, guys are struggling with that. So it's like you're getting somewhere last minute. It's like, nope, you didn't pass. Go back to your room and test. And then you'll have like your practice, which is you get a 3-hour slot to do your lifting weights, your practice, whatever, shoot, get your shots up. And then you have your everyday COVID test, which isn't that bad. You know, our tests aren't as invasive, but I mean, the problem is they're all spread out. So one test is when you wake up, and then practice could be like, you don't know when practice is. Your practice could be at 10, or it can be at 2, or it can be at 5. And then your game could be at 2, or your game could be at 8:30 p.m. And your test is like at 1, or it's at 6, or it's at 10. So you have to like really know your days to map it out. Like you don't get like 3 hours to yourself. So you find yourself just like, okay, I got 2 hours. What am I doing myself? And if you don't plan it out the day before, that's when it feels like, okay, I can't go anywhere. You know, I can't go outside the bubble. I mean, you only got so many options. And then like golf they've done a really good job. I don't want to kill the NBA, but the golf logistics was really hard. Like it's 3 courses, but we only get access to 1 depending on your hotel, depending on your practice. That's depending on what time you can play that day. And it's all like this. It's like playing like matching up bingo to see like when you can play. It's like crazy maze. And it's like an equation to play golf. But I've gotten like 2 new golfers on our team. They got like new bags, new clubs sent here. And they're locked in. We were playing this morning, actually. We went to the range. And then it rains every day in the afternoon in Orlando, so that comes into the equation as well. So it's just a lot of things that will turn your brain into mush if you can't plan it out.
That's funny. I thought that it would be simpler living in the bubble. It sounds like it's not. Where are you playing golf? Can you tell us the course that you're playing?
Yeah, so there's 3 courses we have access to. It's the Magnolia course, it's the Palm course, and it's I think it's Lake Buena Vista. Yeah, okay. So those 3 courses. Yeah. We have access to. And I believe Magnolia is it's the course where they play tour events there.
Now, are you watching Bryson here with this chip? Where are you at? Can you see this?
I am. I'm watching Bryson with the chip.
Did it already happen?
No, it hasn't happened yet.
I'm a bit ahead of you, so let's talk about this.
Did it go? Now I'm watching, it says DJ is at 10 under and Bryson's at 10 under.
Maybe we're on a different feed. I've gone to commercial now, but... Have you heard
from...
it's
commercial. It is commercial. We're the same place.
Have you heard from... Anyway, Bryson just like flubbed his chip. What do you think?
Oh, that was his ball. I thought that was someone else's ball.
No, that was his. He flubbed his chip.
Okay.
When you're... No, now you're a pro athlete at the highest level. Mm-hmm. You're playing a game on the court where you don't have time to think about a chip. Am I right? How does that translate? Has golf helped your basketball, or has basketball helped your golf? Is there any translation there over these delicate shots that you basically think so much over and then don't perform the way you want to?
So I've been told by like friends who they know basketball, but you know they don't know the intricacies of the game. So they're always telling me like, you always look focused and locked in when you're playing. And I'm like, I mean, how should you look when you're playing? And they say, well, I watch other guys play, they look lost, confused, and their heads turning a lot, and they don't know what's going on. So when I'm playing basketball, it's like slow motion. Even though the game's going really fast, like everything's happening in slow motion to me on the basketball court. So like I just know what's coming next. I can read which way a guy goes before he goes there. I know where the next pass is going, so on and so forth. So on the golf course, I try to do the same thing. I get in trouble when I get too quick. And I try to rush through things. And I was just telling my brother, I got my brother in the golf, like he's playing every day now, my older brother. And I keep telling him, you're getting quick from the top. Your swing is fast once it gets to like your waist, your hands get to your waist, and then through the other side of your waist. So from right waist to left side of your waist. So you want to be quick at the bottom. So I constantly remind myself, like, just be quick at the bottom. Everything else, just let it smoothly get there. That's the same thing with chipping too. Like you can overdo chips, but if you just be quick at the bottom, you usually get it clean.
So keeping it slow, advice from the pros. What's it like to What's it like to get your playing partners into golf? I mean, are they asking you a ton of questions? You know, I think one of the interesting themes that I find about the game of golf is that as a golfer yourself, as an accomplished player, you've played all over the world, you've got your set of clubs. Nobody is really incentivized to get new people into the game of golf. It doesn't really offer you immediate benefit. If anything, it's actually an immediate problem. You've got to explain to them the difference between a 9-iron and a 7-iron. You've got to tell them not to walk in front of your line, tell them to take the flag out, tell them where the tee box is, tell them to yell 4. I mean, there's so many things that are involved in learning the game of golf, you know, and it's really, it's a problem that we need to fix because no one is incentivized to get someone else into the game of golf. I'm trying to come up with a solution that is creative where someone would say, look, bringing someone who doesn't know how to play golf to the golf course is a benefit, and here's why. But I'm curious to know, what is it like bringing some new people out to the golf course on your new team?
I have a hilarious story. So Solomon Hill, he sees us go play golf every day, and he's like, is it that fun? Like, you guys go every day. And then we always come back smiling in a good mood. So he's like, all right, I'm coming to golf with you guys. He's like, you know, never touch the golf club. So we get to the carts, drive to the range first. The range is right by the first tee. So we drive to the range and we take our bags onto the range, you know, to hit different clubs or whatnot. So once we're done with the range, we take our clubs, put them back on the cart, and then we just make a little loop to the first tee. It's right there. So we, you know, 3 of us grab our drivers and we're headed to the first tee. We turn back around. Solomon Hill has his whole bag on his back from off his cart, walking it onto the first tee. Tears. I've never seen somebody bring all their bags onto the first tee while we're driving carts. And I'm like, bro, just bring one club, not the entire bag. And he's like, I had no clue. I've just been following y'all. Y'all took y'all clubs to the range. I assumed that we take the clubs off the cart for each side. I'm like, no, bro. Put the bag, leave it there. One club. So that let me know that he really had never played golf. But I don't think people understand kind of the camaraderie that you can have on the golf course, and it's really hard to find someone to play golf with that you truly enjoy. And I always tell people, like, if you can find someone you can play, I think I was telling you when we talked on your podcast, if you can find someone you can play golf with, like you really like that person, or you can learn someone. You learn somebody like, all right, I need one time. I can see if they're a good person or a bad person. And it's truly helped us on the court. Like Kelly Olynyk and I, we have an amazing connection on the court. Like I'm always finding him on the court. Like a lot of his shots come from me, either when he's cutting or if he's shooting a 3. Like I'm the one passing to him. And I joke one game, like he didn't think I could see him, and I hit him on a great pass. And he was like, how'd you see me? I'm like, bro, we've been playing golf together. Like we're connected. Like wherever you are, I'm there. And vice versa. So we always chuckle about that. And I just think, you know, you're just meeting cool people. You know, it's always weird that that one guy joins your group of 2 people, the 3 people, and, you know, there's that stigma there in golf. But I'm always welcoming, you know, different types of folks. I met this interesting guy who's a lawyer who's from Philly while I was playing in Miami. We exchanged numbers. We've been talking ever since then. So just meeting some really good people, you know, through playing golf.
That's great, man. You know, that's key. The golf world needs more people like you. When I think about basketball, it's like such an amazing team sport, and the way you're talking about it is these like blind passes and finding people. Have you ever played alternate shot in golf where you have a teammate? I think that's really been a style of playing the game of golf that I've really fell in love with, and we do it at RGC events where we pair people up with people they've never met. Primarily, it solves a sort of a time problem in order to play faster with a large group, but you know, is that something you miss playing on your own on the golf course, or do you actually like kind of having something that's only yours?
I think it's both. And, you know, I told you before, it's actually next week I'm in the bubble. I won't join the guys, but my group, we do our Ryder Cup type event every year. It's in Michigan this year, so I won't be able to join the guys. But we do our best ball, and then we sneak in like an alternate shot like every couple years. Like, you know, it's kind of tough to do, but we always want to sneak that one in, which is a lot of fun. There's another game, too, where both guys tee off, and then it's alternate shot from there, from that best ball. Yeah. I forgot the name of that game, but I like those types of games because it actually makes you think. You know what I mean? In terms of who hits what shot. Actually, once I did a competition, alternate shot, and my teammate 3-putted. He missed a chip in or a tap in, and we ended up going to a playoff and losing. So I'm just pretty upset about that. But it's a lot of pressure, though. Like, I think those are the moments that make you a better competitor, when you have to go through those moments of pressure, and what moment you have to hit a good shot because your teammates actually relying on you. They actually help your game up.
So some people listening at home may not know, one of my favorite things about Andre Iguodala is your love of technology and your role as an investor in a lot of great tech companies. I'm still angry at myself that I didn't take your stock tip that you gave me in September. Do you remember what you told me to buy?
I told you to buy Zoom, I think.
You told me to buy Zoom.
I told you to buy Zoom.
You said buy Zoom. This company's going to do well. And I was like, yeah, cool, whatever. Is the podcast ready? I wasn't listening.
I can see where it was last September, right?
Yeah.
It was last September.
It was
so
September. It was October, early October.
Okay, October. I pulled it up right now.
Do you have your financial report in front of you on the laptop? That is absolute fire.
No, I got it on my phone, so I can tell you where it was in September of last year.
And then you need to text me and tell me how many shares you have.
It was at $90.
Yeah.
When I told you, it's at $258 right now.
Yeah, so that's 3x right there. That's three.
Almost
for every
3x.
dollar, I would have made 3, and instead I made 0. I'm not a big investor, but I wanted to try this again, Iggy.
Mm-hmm.
What stock should I buy now?
Okay, then it hasn't IPO'd yet, but it will soon.
Let me know. You're going to tell me privately, or do you want to mouth the words to
I'll
me?
tell
I don't
you
think
right
anyone
now.
will get. Okay, go ahead.
Airbnb.
Whoa. Are you in an Airbnb right now?
I've been talking to Brian Chesky, who's the founder, CEO. This dude his brain works on an entirely different level. It's unreal how his brain works. And like, he's thinking about where Airbnb will be in 10 years. And he was thinking about this like pre-COVID. So it was almost like he knew a situation like this would happen, and it was like everything's already mapped out to be able to pivot during any type of environment. And he just got it. Like, he understands how travel will work next, and how actually a lot of people are getting second homes. A lot of people want to get away from this closed. Actually, they want a social distance, and Airbnb is going to play a large role in that. So they'll probably IPO within the next year. I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't have any insider information. I'm just guessing from reports.
That would be illegal, technically.
Yeah, that would be illegal. So I don't know when they are, but when they do, I'm trying to jump on that one.
You know, Iggy, whenever you get out of the bubble, let's talk, because I think one of the coolest things about the things that interest you off the court, off the course, are these disruptors, are these sort of ways that we can change current industries. Airbnb is such a great example. I mean, they basically took an idea that if you had told me about that before it was a thing, I'd be like, rent people's homes, never going to happen. Rent people's cars, never going to happen. All of these amazing things, and there's one out there for golf. Somewhere out there. I don't know what it is, but let's put our heads together. Mark this as the date. For
sure. We're going to get it done. I've been thinking about that. It's on my mind. We got a lot of, but I was reading recently, golf is the new skateboarding, where it's got a really cool, like a cool factor to it. And you got a lot of brands that are doing some cool things. Random Golf Club is doing that. A new company called Eastside Golf Club. So, 2 brothers out of Detroit doing some cool things, have some cool apparel. And I think you're seeing guys on they're wearing the crop pants, or you see guys with different, the shoes Nike's doing, Adidas is doing with the tie-dye, the Jordans are selling out, like that. I think golf is, becoming that cool wave where you're going to get casual people wearing golf clothes or dressing like golfers, and hopefully that brings them into the sport as well. You see different things like Top Golf and different things like that, where just a casual, sports fans are going out trying golf.
Yeah. Iggy, can you take us out on what do you go to inspire you? You know, like what do you go to motivate you? And I know I'm not asking about watching your own highlights on YouTube because you did tell me that was one of them. I mean, like a message of inspiration, right? Take us out on something really like just a banger.
Oh, you know what's something that really inspires me is watching them. Two things. One is watching a movie like The Social Network, which I'll explain because I've gone through. You know, if you come into somewhat some type of money, I'm not going to say I'm rich or wealthy, but I've come into some type of money, a little bit of money, and when you do, you go through like legal depositions or you go through lawsuits, just like outlandish things in life. So it tests you to like beyond your wildest belief of like where someone can try to test you and just pull you out of your character. It's quite, you know, it's a crazy feeling. Like I know an athlete who said, you know, I won't say his name, but rest in peace. And he was like, you know, I couldn't wait to get on the basketball court because I had to go through this court situation and they were trying to take my life away. You know how easy it was to go on the basketball court and play well going through that. And I wasn't even on like, it wasn't anything like on that level, but it was someone was attacking me personally and attacking the hard work that I'd done to accumulate the wealth that I accumulated. So going through those depositions, I would watch The Social Network every time I had to go into those moments, and it had my brain like super locked in. Just like from the moment Leonardo, he wrote the algorithm on his window at the very beginning of the scene, like, yo, these dudes are just like geniuses, and like they just come up with stuff like it's nothing. Like, so it tells me to like, that's how I should be thinking. Like I should be having ideas pop up in my mind like daily. And somebody like Kanye West, who's a genius in music, he was like, I was making 30 beats a day because that was just like what I was doing. Like my brain's just working, being that creative. So like I got mad books here. I'm reading a book called How Capitalism Underdeveloped Black America. I just read a book called Four. You should read the book Four. It's by Scott Galloway. It talks about Facebook, Amazon, Apple, and Google. It's called The Four, Scott Galloway. And then I follow all his podcasts and his newsletters. But this guy's like he's breaking down all these companies. So if you want to know about the next tech company, just follow him.
All right.
And he breaks down why they're good and why they're bad. But watching a movie like Social Network, like that was the beginning of me getting to the tech space as well, because like you just want your mind to be working at a different level, and it just inspired me to be like, whoa, like, you know, set yourself apart from everybody.
Yeah.
Intellectually.
Yeah, I mean, and especially now with everything that's happening, I mean, and you know, the world is moving so fast, it's so global, there's so many things going on, and you know, I think technology is really exciting. So I totally agree. I watched the movie and I was definitely like, I don't think I slept for a couple days. You know, I was like, all right, let's go. You know what I mean? And that's cool. You want a movie to leave you in a place where you're inspired to do something with your life.
Yep.
Enjoy the bubble. I hope you get out soon.
I'll try. Well, we got some new restaurants on the app. So if you can find your food, and I have a weird diet, so I found a good rhythm with food.
What's the weird diet? I didn't hear about this.
Well, I'm like a 85% vegan.
I like that.
I'm vegan unless my weight drops too low, and then I have to, you know, I go to the other side just a little bit.
What's too low on the scale for Iggy? 215, 220?
215. Like once I get to 215, I'm like, oh, I got to gain. Like 220 to 223 is like perfect, because I have to guard like the point guards and I have to guard centers, so I can't be too heavy because I have to guard the guards, but I can't be too light because I have to guard the big man. So it's like a perfect mix. So 222 is like it.
Are you watching this wondering when the last time you weighed yourself was? I could not even tell you. I think I've been 177 pounds for the last 50 years, and I'm only 39. I don't know how.
Oh, that's amazing.
It doesn't go anywhere. But I don't weigh myself.
I play for Miami Heat. We do body fat and weight checks like every 5 days.
Jeez.
Yeah.
What's the COVID test you do? It's not the nose. What do you do?
It's the nose. It's not like you think it is, though. It's not that bad. It's not invasive. Like, they barely go in the nose, and then they go swab in the mouth on both sides and then the roof of your mouth. So it's probably like a 4-minute process, 3-minute process.
And you don't sneeze after and get like runny eyes?
Yeah, you don't. It's not that bad.
All right. Iggy, man.
But I've done that before. Yeah.
It's not fun.
It's not fun.
Nah. Enjoy your afternoon. Have a great day. Thank you for joining us. Everyone at the Random Golf Club community loves having you on our board of directors. And we look forward to talking to you soon, man.
For sure. I'll see you soon. Probably, hopefully we can, like mid to late October.
Perfect.
We can link up.
I'll come find you wherever you are. Hopefully you're in Scotland on a golf course, and I'll bring my sticks. And I won't bring them on the tee box.
I gotta get a pass from the warden, aka my wife. She's got the kids right now. She's got the kids, so I'm like, as soon as I get home, I'm on duty.
You know, when was the last time you watched Shawshank Redemption?
About 2 years ago.
Okay, I watched it at the beginning of quarantine, dude. That's my counter to your Social Network, because not only is the dude wrongly in jail, but he thrives. Yep. And I was it kind of fits into your scenario now.
Yes. That's Steve Kerr's that's one of his favorite movies. Steve Kerr.
Really?
That's his favorite movie. Yeah.
I like Steve Kerr, so we have something in common now.
For sure. Oh, he was at Patsy Temple yesterday. He texted me. He said Patsy Temple was a great course.
Dude, it's amazing up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll figure out a round of golf whenever you're free, man. I'll see you in October. I'll be watching you in the meantime. Enjoy the rounds of golf.
Yes, sir. Enjoy yourself. Thanks for having me on, too.
Thanks, Iggy. Thank you, man. Bye.
All right. Take care.
Can you believe I didn't take the advice? I didn't buy Zoom. Iggy probably made $7 billion.
You might not be here, though, if you did it. You could be gone on some island.
You think so? I don't think I would have bought that much Zoom. How's everybody doing? How's the watch party going? Are we synced up? Are we watching Scheffler? Am I 5 seconds ahead of you? That's what I heard on the break. I heard, you're 5 seconds ahead of everybody. And I was like, how did we get a faster feed? Anyway, Scheffler here. Make percentage 24%. For Erik, that's more like 2.4%. Either way, it's a miss, but he's still wearing the row pad. He hasn't changed that, so that's very good. Let's see, 3:30, next guest, 4:15. Wow, a lot of airtime to fill up here. I think I might just read you Moby Dick. Are you okay with that? Should I just go, can we get a copy of the rules of golf? Maybe I could read that. I clearly don't know them because I could have taken, do you think that on the back nine, Emerson, when I was going to the, on that 12th hole there, when I hit the fence, do you think that was actually an immovable object, like a human object?
Yeah, it was built. They built it.
They built it, right?
Humans built it.
Let's show the 12th hole if anyone hasn't seen the that hole from the Break 90. I made a well, I don't want to spoil it. Here it is. Oh, so there's no audio on this, so I got to walk you through it. Beautiful 12th hole. The pros have obviously been kind of struggling with this hole. Pretty good takeaway, just a pulled draw there. And then this is where I probably could have, see, I don't know if that fence really would have given me man-made relief. I don't know how we figure that out. I mean, that's a border of the property, so I don't really know. I don't have a scorecard here, but I'm pretty sure I made a quadruple. Reasonable par 4. Camera's shaky, just like my heart and fingers. It was honestly a pretty good chip, it just ran long. And then 1 putt, 2 putts. That was really my one bad putt of the day. All right, let's go back to Bryson here on the tee. Looks like he's on the 10th hole. Dude, Bryson is just, how did he go back to 8 under? He was playing so good. What's the leaderboard at, Emerson?
Coming right up.
You can hold on, Emerson, while he recounts the leaderboard, because I don't see the leaderboard on TV.
We got Cameron Champ at 10 under, Dustin at 10, Matt Wolf 9, Bryson 9, Paul Casey 9, Colin 9, Scotty 9, Tony 8. So it's going to be a wild little...
Adam Scott or Scotty Scheffler?
Scheffler. It's going to be a wild little back nine.
Is Scott Scheffler, is his first name actually Scotty?
On
Let's pull up the Wikipedia on Scott Scheffler, Scotty Scheffler, because I prefer to call Adam Scott Scotty, but maybe I'm ignorant. Maybe I haven't been in a media tent in a while. DJ ripping a cut.
yeah, Scotty Scheffler.
Scotty Scheffler by birth.
Yep.
Let's read off a little bit about Scotty Scheffler while I stretch.
He was born in Ridgewood, New Jersey, but moved to Dallas, Texas at a young age. He played at Highland Park High School, and he played at the University of Texas, Hookham. He has 4 amateur wins, 2 professional wins on the Korn Ferry Tour. So looking for his first PGA win, which would be pretty iconic if it was in a major.
There you have it, folks. Wikipedia, written by the people for the people. I also am from New Jersey, so Scotty and I now have 7 things in common.
How far are you away from Ridgewood?
Not that far, actually. So when I was a kid, I was really into mountain bike racing before I got into golf. Scotty here with a 3-wood on the, what hole is this? He doesn't like it. The 8th. Yeah, so I did not play this par 3 from that far back. I hit a 6-iron. So Ridgewood, they had a bike race actually. So I would ride bikes in like Ridgewood. I can't remember the name of the park, but there's like a big park there that rode the bike in. Anyway, that's not that great of a story, really. I mean, it's kind of a terrible story, really. Watching the putt. Paul Casey just focused on 2-putting. Heavily focused on 2-putting. Everyone's got this Nike half zip. It looks really nice. Jay Day's got it. His looks a little different, actually. His has seems like it's more of a button closure. Going back to fashion, we are going to be releasing a new column on the website called Dress Code, which is where we'll break down, every month or so, what is to me kind of an ideal golf outfit. So a good pair of pants, a good shirt, a good belt, maybe even a pair of shoes. So I'm pretty excited for that. I think the idea is how can we, look cool on the golf course? Clearly it's a problem, not for the pros, but obviously these guys are all getting their clothes tailored and dialed to their look. So one of the things about Dress Code is talking about how to get things tailored. It's $20. It's worth it. Get him to look perfect. Colin, great style. Wore the white pants even on a cloudy day. Nice high cut. I wonder what he's going to have into this long par 4. Big bounce. Man, it is shocking to me that these guys can hit the fairway with that much force, with that much energy around the ball. I don't know how you put that much energy into it. So we got DJ and Champ up front. Champ just went right. Looked like he's in the 9th fairway off the, I don't know if he's on 8, but he's gonna have a little problem to deal with. DeChambeau needs to make 2 back. I'd love to see his scorecard. Where did he make a mistake?
8 and 9.
He bogeyed 8 and 9. Man.
Who do you think can bench more, Bryson or Iggy?
Ooh, that's a really good question. Who can bench more, Bryson or Iggy? Well, how much does Bryson weigh? Bryson? I think Bryson, man. I mean, let's see. Bryson DeChambeau weight. How do you even Google that? Is that can you?
It's got to be up there now.
Is that legal? Bryson, you're gonna Google it? Thanks.
According to Google, 240.
240. Now Bryson's got something on Iggy. What's his height? Iggy's like 6'6".
6'1" is Bryson.
Bryson's 6'1", 240.
Yeah. And then Iggy is 6'6", 215.
Yeah, it's Bryson. I mean, he's heavier and he's smaller. He's shorter.
Really?
So that weight is going more into the muscles. Also, Bryson's trying to bulk up. Iggy wants to be
lean and mean.
Yeah, Iggy wants to get through the key. He wants to get into the hole. I'm spinning around Matt Wolf's body as he spins around the ball.
We had some people wanted you to talk about his golf swing. You obviously did the Ace Cam with him.
Yeah.
You were kind of obviously there in the flesh. Do you have any
I
thoughts?
love Matt Wolf's golf swing. Yes, it's totally bizarre, but look at this crazy view. That is Look at that left foot just kicking back. That's not. I'm not able to do that. I tried to do that once and
Pull the hammy.
couldn't play golf for a couple weeks. Matt Wolf's swing. I mean, like it's been talked about a lot. I think the coolest thing about his swing is that he's rolling with it, and a lot of people are sort of, oh, this about the swing, that about the swing. It's like it doesn't matter. The swing's amazing, and all that really matters when you look at Jim Furyk and you look at anybody else. It's all about that downswing. Is can you get that ball 1 degree inside, 1 degree closed? That's the ideal, And honestly, most of us, golf lessons are great. I find that I love a lesson and I take a lot of lessons, but my favorite golf that I play is usually when I'm not thinking about anything, and you pick a part of the course that you're not going to go into. You play a slice, no problem. Pick the left side, you're not going to go there. And then you just play a slice for the rest of your life. All right, what's Champ gonna do here? I wish we were synced up. I don't know if we are. Taking his medicine. That's one thing we amateurs do not do enough. Take our medicine. Yeah, good shot. Good shot. Anything else, Emerson?
Tips on golfing in a low income. Obviously, golf's a little bit of a
Great question.
expense. That's something we're working on, I know.
Yeah, I can dig into this one. Who left that comment?
Augusta Films, we all know who they are.
Augusta Films. Thanks for the question. Golfing on a budget, golfing on a low income scenario. I mean, when I started playing golf, my apartment in LA was about the size of a large bathroom. In that large bathroom, there contained a bathroom and a kitchen and a bed. I had a large chair which functioned as a couch, and all I had was a motorcycle, so I could barely go to the range. I did figure out a way to take the clubs to the range with me, but golfing on a budget is one of the most fun things you can do, especially because no matter how much money you make, the more you pay for a round of golf, I have found in some ways, the more the experience can prove dissatisfying. That's obviously not a rule. I don't really believe in rules, but one of the coolest things about trying to find, budget courses and budget experiences and playing Twilight and maybe not finishing the round is that you focus more on the experience that you're having as opposed to the experience that maybe you should have. Things like the course condition doesn't get in your way, and some of my favorite memories are, driving around and just finding random courses and not expecting anything, just looking for something and not even knowing what you're looking for. It's kind of like Kurt Cobain talked about in that wonderful film, Kurt and Courtney. I gotta adjust my chair. Okay, got a little room. Now I can spin around a little bit. Oh, that's nice. Probably gonna wrap myself around a microphone cable there. Whew, that's good. Okay, we're back. Very little things can satisfy me. I mean, things that are little satisfy me. Kurt Cobain talked about in the film Kurt and Courtney, one of the great documentaries by the filmmaker Nick Broomfield, who was a CDC. What's it called? British? BCC? CBB? BCC. BBC. That took a long time, folks. It came into the mic. Nobody had it. CDC. BBC, British Broadcasting Company. Wow. One day that's going to happen with Random Golf Club. What's it called? RBC? RDC?
I think the CDC is taking a lot of
CDC's hot on
a lot
the
of mental headspace.
list. Anyway, folks, we're talking about the BBC and Nick Broomfield. Great documentarian. He, for a long time, was my mentor. I loved his work. If you want to see the origin of adventures in golf, go watch Kurt and Courtney or watch Biggie and Tupac. Nick Broomfield in the mix. He's got the mic, he's got the sound guy, he's got the camera guy, and he's in there asking, who here killed Kurt Cobain? He straight up asks Courtney Love, did you kill Kurt Cobain? She kicks him out. Interviews Courtney's dad. It's a fascinating story. Anyway, Kurt Cobain has a quote in the film where he talks about thrift stores. This does segue into our later interview with Macklemore, who obviously, you know the song, Thrift Shop. Walk into the club. Anyway, Macklemore, Thrift Shop. Kurt Cobain talks about how in his early career, he could only afford to go to thrift shops. And the experience of finding something was valuable. And now that he's more successful and Nirvana is a world touring, teen spirit sensation, he doesn't find the same sense of satisfaction from going into a thrift shop and essentially not even knowing what he's looking for, because that's not why you go into a thrift shop. You go in there to find something. And in some sense, my note to you, Augusta Films, is that's the real beauty of playing golf on a budget, is that you're not going to Pebble knowing every hole, expecting the caddy to be like this, expecting the greens to be like this, wanting to hit the green on 7. All of these expectations ruin it all. So when you play golf on a budget, when you say, here's the challenge, my guy, I want to play golf for as little as possible. So whether that's twilight golf, whether that's a course that you've never heard of that's out far away with people you've never met, you potentially open yourself up to the magic of the universe. And I said to myself, if I ever said magic of the universe on this live stream, I was going to take a 2-minute break. So that's going to come right now. Looks like looks like Cameron Champ's on the 9th hole. Let's play the 9th hole from break 90. I hit a really great drive, so that'll be fun for me to watch as I walk out of the room. DJ is probably going to hit a cut. I called it. That looks a little too right. That's not good. Get out of that bunker. There it is. That face says it all. All right, folks, enjoy my 9th hole at the break 90, and we'll be back for you in about 4 minutes, we'll say. Thank you. Back. Mile, can you hear me? I don't even know. Public access. Where does this go? There you go. There you go. Now, yes, we're live. We're at around, how long is a marathon? 27 miles? 27.8? Can I get confirmation on how long a marathon is? It's 24? 24.2. So right now we're at mile 15. And as any great marathon runner knows, you drink coffee at that point. Hot coffee. Hot coffee. So now you know, here's the thing. Maybe on the Today Show, the Tonight Show, maybe they're not really drinking coffee. I am really drinking coffee here. See? I've also got the leaderboard in front of me because I realize I don't really know where they're at. It's kind of hard to do the interviews and talk about golf. So we're going to start to try to do that a little more. I did notice that I haven't seen much from Brooks Koepka, and that's kind of weird because I think we were all expecting a lot. But again, going back to that, it's got to be tougher than you could ever imagine to have to deal with that. So yeah, it looks like I almost beat Brooks on my front nine of the Break 90 video. Did you realize that? He went 4 over, and what was I, 6 over? Amazing. I would have, in match play, okay, let's see this. In match play, would I have beat Brooks Koepka on the front nine? Okay, we both parred the first hole, so that's a push. Second hole, he bogeyed, and I doubled. So Brooks goes 1 up. Third hole, he parred, so he would go 2 up. Fourth hole, I birdied. He'd go back to 1 up. Fifth hole, Emerson, can you get my scorecard? I have no idea what I did. I bogeyed 9, so we pushed that. 8, I also bogeyed, so we pushed that. 7, I believe I parred 7. Basically, he's 1 up on the 4th hole. I think I parred 4. No, I birdied 4, so we're on 4. He's 1 up. 5. Did I par the 5th hole, Emerson? If you go to the end of the front 9 video, it's right there. You can throw it to Emerson while he pulls up the scorecard. I'm going to watch some golf. This is the real important stuff here. What would Brooks and I have done on the front 9? I feel like it would have been close. I wouldn't call this technical difficulties. I'd call this creative difficulties. Finau ready to rip one on 13, 12. Yeah, see, the thing is on these holes here, you're afraid of the draw on the tee. That's the thing about the back 9 is you just don't want to start turning it too far left. Really makes me think about finally making the decision. Do we do it? I think I'm going to keep it, honestly. Unless there's an overwhelming response from our female viewers that I should trim this mustache, I'm going to hold on to it. Because the truth is, gents, it's not for you. All right, what do we got here, Emerson? Yeah, just talk to me. It's fine. If they don't have the mic figured out, it's fine. What is it?
4, 6, 4. What do you want?
Okay, my score is 4, 6, 4.
4, 5, 4.
Yeah?
5, 4, 5 for 41.
Okay, so 4 we push. He wins 2. He wins 3. I win 4. So we're, like I said, and then on the 5th hole, I made a 5. So he wins. So he goes back to 2 up. 6th hole, he makes a 4. We push. 7th hole, we push. So he closes me out. We push the last 4 holes. He closes me out on 7. By the way, hanging with 2-time PGA Championship winner for 7 holes. It feels pretty good. But I guess it could extend into the back 9. I mean, he could. Because if we're talking match play, my score on the 12th hole, even though I have a quadruple bogey, It's just one hole. So then I'm going into the back nine at Brooks is up 2 on the back nine. All right, so this is key. He's 2 up. So what is he going to do on 10? So 10 he pars, so he remains at 2 up. We push again. We have 4 pushes in a row. That's insane. We push 5 pushes in a row. Yeah, that's it. 5 pushes in a row. He's 2 up. So we're on 11. So I birdie 11. So if Brooks doesn't birdie 11, I go back to 1 up in my virtual match with Brooks Koepka. This is the story, folks. It's not about the PGA Championship. It's can I beat Brooks Koepka in match play? And if I do, we're going to get Brooks Koepka on the show. I guarantee it. I will put every ounce of energy into getting Brooks Koepka on the pod. We're getting an article with him. We're going to do a show. We're going to do everything we can. I have a feeling I'm going to go back to 1 up here retroactively. Finau just... Sure. Emerson, you got to hold the air for a few minutes because my battery is dead on my mic.
Oh, my goodness.
Tell them your story about... tell them your...
I'm going to put it on the chat. They got to ask me questions. I'll answer questions.
Yeah, you answer the questions. You got double A's, I'll throw them in right here. This is when the marathon gets real, folks. When my mic pack... This mic pack, by the way, is as hot as the sun. This is radioactive.
All right, chat. What do you got for me? When is RGC going to have an Australian store? Very soon. We are working.
Get an answer on that.
We're working day and night.
All right, so the guy who is running the Australia fulfillment.
Go to Evan.
The guy who's running the Australia fulfillment, I think his mom got COVID. Let's just hope she's doing well. And I know they'll be back in the warehouse packing orders soon. So we have the stuff down there in Australia. We have the technology figured out. You just got to give us a couple of weeks, guys. We love you, Australia. It's Eric's, maybe 3rd favorite place in the world. Stu and Cass live down there, and we're working on it. Trust us. We want it to happen as much as you do. Trust us. All right, here you go, Emerson.
Yeah, so that is a really very important thing. We hear you, we see you, Australia. We love you.
We're there with you.
Yeah, we're there with you. I'm telling you, it has been super complicated to get the stuff there, and I illegally brought down a huge duffel bag for the President's Cup, and we unloaded that duffel bag. Again, it was not legal. I say it right here. I don't have a Bible, but I do have my notebook from 9 years ago, and it matches. That's a shot right there. Look at that. Prop City. But yeah, Australia, we are working on it. Again, we sent down a box of goods. I believe there were some golf balls in there. We didn't get any rangefinders in because they didn't come in time, and that's ultimately going to be the biggest problem for, we also want to get stuff to the UK and South Africa and Asia as well. And that's going to be very similar to this broadcast in the sense that there's going to be a lot of mistakes. I'm not going to hear the guests.
Some time delays too.
There's going to be a time delay. But it is very high on our list. But as Evan said, we had a friend who offered to do it all for us, and they had personal, real life technical difficulties. So, yes, we're a business, but before that, we're a family, and we're doing everything we can. So please understand that Scottie Scheffler just swung as hard as I've ever seen anyone swing. If that doesn't clear the bunker, oh my goodness, that was a big swing. See, that goes back to yesterday. If you're talking about Dylan Fratelli played with Scottie Scheffler yesterday, and he came on the IGTV with me, and Dylan said to Scottie, rope hat sighting. Is that Dahmen? They call him Damon, but I like Dahmen better. Maybe I'm getting it wrong. Dylan Fratelli said to Scottie Scheffler at the end of the round, he said, look, tomorrow just go out, have fun, nothing, no big deal. That is Damon. Dahmen or Damon? J-Day. 13th hole? That's not good. Is it good? Is it long enough to be good? Oh, so what's funny is, so you hear the people yelling in the background right there, yeah. So that is on the outside of the property, there's a fence, and that fence has a hole about the size of a manhole cover. Why is it called a manhole? I guess it's because man goes down the hole.
It covers the man.
Answered. The universe is offering answers and guidance at every turn. All we need to do is ask it clearly. This desk is also rickety. The desk is also getting tired.
People want to know. Sorry to cut you off.
Let me just finish the third.
Okay.
Let me just finish the third and tell the story. So I was on, actually, the 12th hole is where it happened. You go 10, 11 is the par 3, 12 is the par 4, and it's where I made the quadruple. And what happened right before the 12th hole, do you remember, David? I was on the tee, and I was about to swing. And by the way, the course is closed. There's no one out there. They closed the course the day before. And I'm about to swing, and I hear a voice, Erik. And I was like, what, where is this
God?
person? Yeah, God, is that you? It's me, Margaret. Why should I not swing right now? Do I have a bad alignment? And there was a couple in the hole on the other side of the fence, and they were like, dude, we saw you playing Harding Park. We came by to see if we could see you because we know the course is closed. And yeah, we took a photo together through the fence. Anyway, it was really funny, and that's why I made the quadruple bogey on 12. Bryson almost holed out. Question. What's the question?
People want to know how you take your coffee.
It's a really good question. Normally I put a lot of cream in it. I'm kind of like the wolf in Update. I beat Brooks Koepka on the 11th hole. He's 1 up. So that means he's probably going to win 12 and 13. Can you run me through my scores on the back nine, Emerson? When you get a sec. The coffee, right now it's black. And that's partly because I need as much help as I can get to get through this. I can't really probably correctly articulate the physical experience inside my body, but it is not as calm as it might seem. The veneer is relaxed and calm. It's probably like Brooks Koepka. Brooks seems like he's relaxed, but clearly he's not. He's 4 over on the front 9, which is unlike him. Now, DJ, on the other hand, he's the opposite of me. He is relaxed. I'm not relaxed. So anyway, the coffee black today, but it's a pod coffee. It's not like a real coffee. It's like in the plastic container. It honestly tastes. It's not my version. I don't drink it. I don't like it. I had a coffee machine like that, and then I decided after a trip to Australia, no surprise, where they have a really, really good coffee, that I should level up my coffee game. So then I got an AeroPress, because that's the cheapest way to invest in your own coffee game. And that's too far left. Dustin is short side. Say goodbye to birdie. Nothing to work with. Me and Faldo on the same page. Faldo's been taking a page out of my notebook. 11 years old. It's been here a while. Should I just pick a random page and read? Are you ready?
Could be dangerous, but
Could be very dangerous. There's a lot of emotional things written in here. Watch. Blindfolded. Boom. All right. Upper left corner, it says golf. Then, oh my gosh, this is kind of crazy that this is what this says. I'm going to see if I can somewhat date this. So this is around, the previous entry was 6/21/2012. Here is what it says. Golf. Where am I? Yeah, golf. And then it says, do we take the game too seriously? I could burst into tears reading this. Is golf on TV? Oh my God, can I read this, Evan? The second thing I wrote is golf on TV boring? This is no joke, 12 years ago, random poll.
I have
Third thing?
a good question for you.
Third thing I wrote is funniest part of golf. And now look, if you see this, not only did I write these, but I highlighted them. That's the big key right there. And then just to follow through, can I fit school into my schedule? Clearly not. What is happening? How is a B degree different? I don't know what that means.
Business degree?
How can I be assured I'll graduate? What am I even talking about here? These are deep thoughts. Anyway, yeah. Here's some books. Here's some things that I said I should watch back then. Unfaithfully Yours, 4 Weddings and a Funeral, What Women Want. Clearly I'm into rom-coms at this time of my life. The Puffy Chair. What is that? And Audition. Anyway, what were you saying, Emerson?
Stephen Hoover asked, as a producer and creative, what is one thing you would change about the way they televise golf?
Stephen Hoover, one thing I would change about the way they televise golf. That is the question of the ages, man. You know, it's not necessarily mics on the players. I think it's really, I think they need a more of a younger vibe. I think they need someone probably wearing like a popover, maybe with a mustache, in a tiny little studio in Santa Monica, maybe commentating. And then what you could do is, if you're watching, I mean, we have the technology now, is where you could flip between announcers. You could have Bob Menery, you could have Sir Nick, you could have Phil, you could have a round robin, you could have all sorts of live streaming experiences that you can switch between. And I think that would be really cool. Also, like, I think that they also, you know, like when you watch a major, like when you watch the Masters, for example, like there are 4 channels that you can watch on the same thing. So I could, right now, I'm kind of, why can't I just watch the 11th hole? I wanted to see someone get a hole-in-one. Why can't I watch one player? And, you know, it could totally be bandwidth of the camera crew, but I'm pretty sure they're recording every shot that's happening both on Thursday, Friday, and on Saturday and Sunday. So that's one thing I might like to see. Shot tracer, I get it. You can't quite shot tracer every shot, but can you? Couldn't you? Couldn't we? Why can't we? Could we? That would be cool. I think also, you know, roll-in packages of players that we don't know, you know, like Mike Lorenzo, Vegas, the Frenchman. You know, like, I would like to know more about them. I mean, I'm sure that they've played it. I just haven't been watching. So there's that. But then again, I mean, that goes back to the thing of it's like, why can't I just dial up? Like, I would like a more interactive experience. And maybe I'm asking less from golf broadcast and more from just broadcast in general. That would be cool. As well, I'm not a gambler, but it'd be cool if you could like have an app that you could bet it. Am I just giving away free ideas? Is this bad? Should I stop? Yeah. Iggy, call me back. Let's go. Cut. Back up. Delete. Is anyone screen recording this? Cheers. This is coffee. Ah, complete. Oh shit. Sorry. I did it. I was trying so hard not to do it.
Speaking of gambling, I don't know what the over-under is on Eric's first curse word.
Who said that?
No, just...
You had an over-under on my first curse word?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like a 5-hour
With
stream.
who?
Just myself.
All right, well, it was 3 hours and 7 minutes in.
I probably would have, I wouldn't have hit it. I would have bet the under.
You would have bet 4 hours?
No, I would have been
You
like
would
an
have
hour.
bet an hour.
Yeah.
It's because you know
Especially
me.
with those technical difficulties.
You know me.
Yeah.
No, you know, I mean, honestly, the cursing thing, like, all right, let's talk about golf. Brooks, where you at? They're not even showing Brooks anymore. That's the level of red zone that we're watching. You know what I mean? Where you're just not, you're not seeing them. Look at that classy whoop strap. You're just not, if they're not in the red, you're not seeing it. And that's kind of one of the things that I think sets us up as amateurs to drop. Paul Casey tries to make one. How about that notebook? Should I try again with the notebook? That was kind of fun. Let's see what else we can do. I got another notebook over there, but I can't read anything out of that notebook. Very personal. Interesting. There's curses in here. Oh, it's like the same page. It's the page I already read, to watch. What I wrote at the top was, hockey fight coincides with a confrontation. It happens in a group of people. What is this notebook about? What was I doing? Why do I even have this?
Impressive it's stayed this long.
Yeah, it's actually really impressive. I don't even know where I found it.
Yeah.
Normally I have the composition pad. I used it primarily as a way to transcribe interviews from documentaries we were working on. So these are all like old jobs I had. Here I have someone's phone number. Should we call it? Oh yeah, maybe I do. Let's see. I have Dean Beeman's interview transcribed. Dean Beeman was the former commissioner of the PGA Tour. Tim Kramer's interview transcribed. Here you go, Tim Kramer. At 1 minute and 50 seconds into his interview, he says, "You can't have a negative emotional experience and sustain peak performance." Great note. At 3 minutes, he says, "The zone is a state beyond thought." Cameron Champ, is he in the zone? Clearly. Makes a putt. 50 seconds, I wrote watermelon seed. What does watermelon seed even mean? I gotta watch the interview. I could go for some watermelon though right now. I could. Ooh, look at that takeaway. That takeaway did not look good, Scheffler. It looked a little hooky. Thank you for turning the AC on. It might hum a little bit, but I am starting to turn into a sauna. You know, they call it a sauna in some places. They don't always call it a sauna. Things that you and I take for granted. For example, the pronunciation of sauna. Sauna. What's the craziest word? Bo's in the house. Bo, what's the craziest pronunciation of a word you've ever heard? You can take your time and think about it. Oh, AC. Feels good. Can you guys hear the AC at home? Comment if you can hear the AC. That means it's working. Matt Wolf, hole in one right now, I'm calling it. Tracking. Come on, baby, this would be amazing. Ace Cam is so live. Way short.
Did you have, going into the Ace Cam bit with TaylorMade, did you have, like, I know Jason Day is going to do it, or would you go in clear-minded, like?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think when we went into Ace Cam at TaylorMade, we did it with Jason Day, Dustin Johnson, Matt Wolf, Maria Fassi, and Bo Hostler, and Colin Morikawa. And, you know, I try to stay out of that kind of argument, or that kind of, you know, what's the word? Like trying to gauge what's really going to happen. And I talked to my friend Andrew Kipper. Here's a guy looking in from the woods. I mean, that's like dangerous, kind of. At least he's got a mask on.
The fans can hear the AC, so it's working.
You can hear the AC. Great. It's working. It is cooling me down. Because like I said, we're on mile 13 of the marathon. When is our next guest? I have it written down.
4:15.
4:15, Michael Peña. Okay, cool. Coming in hot. You're ready for that? Waiting. Oh, we're waiting for Peña to dial in. Okay, it'll happen. What are we talking about?
Ace Cam, if you had like expectations going in of who was
I asked my friend Andrew Kipper, who works for Excel Sports Management. He's a sports agent, and he works with Tiger Woods, works very closely with Colin Morikawa, and he said, someone's going to do it. And I was like, yes, probably someone will do it. But, I mean, if you told me to forcefully bet on someone, would I bet on Maria Fassi? Probably not. I didn't really know much about her, you know? And the truth is, if you look at, like, proximity to the hole overall, Scotty Scheffler, 11th hole, 189. Just behind the front right bunker. I'm actually copying Immelman. Dottie is saying, I'm trying to figure out what the wind is really doing on this shot. He needs to hoist it, man. He's got to hit a long club. 6-iron? Yeah, the thing is, these guys, they don't want to get it back there. If someone gets it to the flag, they've made a mistake, because long is complete no-go. So anyway, Kipper was like, someone's going to do it, and I just thought, that's crazy, man. Like, I don't know who. So I didn't really have a hunch. I mean, I guess I would have thought Jason Day. Colin Morikawa was for sure the closest overall, just peppering the hole. It was incredible. And, you know, he was also using, I think he was using a 54 degree from 100 and, I don't know, he was using a wedge. DJ's going to be close here. Oh my God, if someone drops it on Sunday for an ace, it's just unbelievable. Yeah, so DJ with the fade, he can threaten the hole a little more because he's got that ball cutting into the wind. So it's a little bit, it's a preferred shot, really. You know, Jack hit a cut. You know, I should play a cut, but I don't know. Why don't I play a cut, Emerson?
You told me 2020 was the year of the cut last time we played, and here we are. So you lied to me.
I did lie to you. 2020 was the year of the cut. What happened? I think I say that to take pressure off the draw. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, I don't need the job. It's fine. Who cares? You know what? No big deal. I don't need it. But the truth is I do need it. I need the draw. I need
and if it's not there, then you don't feel as bad if it doesn't show up.
Yeah, basically I'm just messing with myself. I'm saying, you know what? That's what it is. It's that if people betting against my thoughts on who's going to win, it's the same thing. Finau dropping them. All right, Brooks, what are you doing on 12? I mean, he's going to beat me on 12. He'll go back to 2 up. He birdies 12. Wow. Can't even find Brooks on the broadcast. I mean, I guess it's not interesting. I don't know. Don't you want to see what Brooks is doing? Is there just not enough room? Is that what's happening?
There's 10 guys in contention.
Oh my goodness. Was that Cameron Champ? He took it right where I went. Is he on 12 or 13 now? 12. Me and Champ just looking at the same spots.
All right,
Paul Casey on 13.
Is he hitting the fairway?
Is he going to hit the fairway? Let's see. He's got to. Yeah, that's money. Oh, that was such a good. Look, he stayed on top of that one. Oh my God, it's going to go off the fairway. Amazing. Oh. That's the spot. You want to be right on that left side of the fairway. You get a better look at the green. It was interesting to hear Phil talk about the 13th and the 13th and the 12th green, about how sometimes you can't putt to the hole from certain areas. Wow, 4-way tie at the top. Are we going to go into a playoff? Are we going to be here until midnight? That would be amazing. What is this graphic? Can you guys hear this? A ball just bounced off the Goodyear blimp for a hole-in-one. That's amazing.
While we're waiting for Michael, do you want to remind the people about the golf instruction series?
Yeah. So the golf instruction series, is it too late to sign up?
Tomorrow's the last day.
Yeah, tomorrow's the last day to sign up for our golf instruction series, where you'll be able to basically send us a video of your swing, ask us a little bit about what you want to hear about, and we're going to make a series of videos with Dana Dahlquist, my longtime swing coach, and we're going to get really involved in what is technically happening. We obviously can't do it too personalized. We're going to pick one swing that kind of matches the. I got to turn off the. I was hearing the commercial really loud in my ear. That's amateur hour, you know. I've like listened to some commercial about like, there's just a bunch of dust. She's walking through a bubble. Maybe she's going to see Iggy.
Heyo.
Heyo. What is this? The smarter way to workflow. I use Slack, bro.
No free ads.
AIG, Adventures in Golf. It's an ad for Adventures in Golf. That's incredible. Those kids are so cute. Okay. Do you get the same commercials as me? Are we getting the same commercials? I don't think we are. We couldn't be. Is it possible? I think commercials are highly localized, or they are the same. My intel says they're the same. Copy that. Yeah, so the instruction series. You're going to go to, where do they go to sign up? On the website? Yeah. Go to randomgolfclub.com, and it's the Chase Sapphire main page there, the picture with the Wanamaker trophy. You go there, you fill it out, and we're going to take your swing and basically make a series of videos where we're going to walk through a bunch of different common swing changes, fixes, whatever you want to call it, with Dana. In a couple weeks. I think we're going to shoot that this week, which is great because I love Dana and I love golf. So that's all going to happen. And then we're going to go shoot Adventures in Golf. How does that sound? It's hard when they keep the golf on and also show me the commercial. It's hard for me to focus because the commercials are just so fascinating. Especially this one about the men's beards. You know what's funny is it really makes me think about my Just for Men. Is it Just for Men? I think this is actually open to all. It's a wall.
Oh, that should be there.
You got this from Emerson.
Yeah.
It was a birthday present.
Yeah, sure. You should just, every hour should have been another section off.
Yeah. I'm kind of. Do you want to hit it?
No.
It's just nice to be really on top of it. You know what I mean? You don't, on live TV, here's the thing, folks. You don't know this, but when we're filming, David, true or false, I buzz my beard trim hourly. But you don't know that because we cut around it. So now I'm stuck and I have to show you the way it really, it's hard to look this messy. I promise. Jason Day for Birdie and Co lead. Oh, drop. Ooh. Oh! Around the horn. Literally, J Day. Let's call him. He's got my phone. What's that? Someone's talking to me. Should we call J-Day? You think he'll
We
answer?
got Michael. So J-Day's got to wait.
Michael's here. Okay, great. Welcome to the show, Michael Peña, golfer.
Thank you very much. Wait, maybe this thing is not.
I love it. No, that's good. You're right in the center there. You got this. Did you paint that, or where did you get
There
that?
we-
Is that?
This is good.
Yeah. We're live, Michael. Can you hear me?
Cool.
How are you? You're in Florida or in Utah?
No, I'm in Los Angeles for 5. I have like 3 meetings right now that I've spread out so that I try to get some golf in between.
So, and then when you're like working and traveling and you also have major golf on a Sunday, do you make sure to move your schedule around watching golf on TV?
I have to. And it's, by the way, I hear my.
Peña's saying he hears himself. He wants to turn down the feedback. Is that possible? I don't know if it's me.
I start getting insecure about my own.
You have a great voice, Peña. What are you talking about?
I got a dancing.
I mean, so you're into golf to the extent that you have to plan around it. You travel with the clubs everywhere. What's the craziest thing you've ever done? You're like me. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I and like probably I'm watching.
Yeah.
Have them click off and join at the second, like I said.
Oh, okay. Michael, we sent you a second link, which we think might work better. Do you mind just rejoining?
Yeah, okay, great.
And then use your headphones if you can. Those of you at home, that's how you join the Random Golf Club live stream. You do it twice because the first time was good. That means you're going to love the second time. Is the AC on? Brooks, he's on television again.
Just in the
he's
backdrop.
not. They cut him out, dude. Brooks, come on. He's the reigning champ 2 years in a row. Could he still do it? I mean, he's got a birdie on the back. He wanted more out of that, didn't he? Wow, he's already here. Looks like 18.
What are your thoughts on
Is he already
the
finished?
Nike Rainbow shoes?
I
Kinda
mean,
cool.
I'm a classic guy. I like anything that's. I'll go with anything that's out there except joggers. Like anything that's funky and fresh. I mean, clearly these guys need like Morikawa is wearing some of the best golf shoes ever produced right now. These are the most comfortable. They're the most waterproof. They're also the most breathable. They're also some of the most expensive golf shoes. They also, you feel a lot like you might be a tour player, which I don't really think is good for amateur golfers. So if you told me to pick the shoes for you, I would honestly pick the shoes I played the Break 90 in, those True Linkswear shoes. Those were great. All right, we're good to go with Michael Peña. Interview is back. Michael, good to have you the second time. That's interesting. Why can't I hear you? Can I hear you now? Huh. I tell you what, Michael, me and you are chilling, but there's a lot of people in here who are not chilling. I can't hear you. I can see you, though. All right, Michael.
Wait.
There you go. I got you.
Do you got me?
Did you play golf while you were filming Fury? Let's just get into it.
I love the segues. And between this, dude, did you play golf? Did you golf while you were?
Yeah. You know, the only problem is cleaning it off. But did you really?
I did a little bit. I did more towards the end because, dude, that kind of movie, you know, it was with David Ayer, who did End of Watch, and he's a very intense director, and he also wrote it. He wrote that. He wrote Training Day, Harsh Times, Fury, obviously. And so that kind of writing is a little bit, I wouldn't say you have to be method, but like there's a lot of, it's like half of it. You have to stay in the zone, so to speak. And so once we got over the hard stuff and we were doing, because what you do in a movie, you shoot all the big stuff first.
Oh, I didn't know that.
All the big scenes. Yeah, you try to shoot all the big scenes first, and then so if there's anything, and there's some things that you can't help because it's all location based, and then you shoot that stuff later. But you try to get it out of the way, and well, yeah, look at him, Matt Wolf just singing a birdie, and then
18.
you do that. But when we were on 18, wow, the kid is showing up. Can you believe that?
What is
the
he at
kid
right
is
now?
showing up.
We can talk
He's
about
at 10.
golf, too.
He's leading. He's leading. No, but we stayed at the Grove, and that's when I was able to golf a little bit. But it was what, the equivalency of like, maybe it was below freezing. So, and I was still golfing. I was that kid in A Christmas Story, where like, and I had like 5 layers on, and I was still trying to play.
I love that. I mean, you're addicted to golf?
Well, I guess denial would have to be the first. So no, right? I would have to deny that. No, I'm not. I'm very much addicted. I can't. You know what? You can't figure this game out. Like, you just can't. There's something about it where like you think you have it figured out one day, and I shot the best round that I have in a long time. I shot 1 under, and then I shot an 82 the next day. And I don't know what happened. Like, it doesn't seem real, right? I'm sure it's happened to you when like you were trying to break 90 at all these hard golf courses and stuff. Like, and it's just one of those things you just can't figure it out. You think you can, but it's just tough.
Yeah, and it's a snake charming thing. As soon as you think you've got it, it falls flat.
Yeah, exactly.
Who do you want to win? What do you like? Let's talk about some golf here. Do you have a thing? Do you care?
I do. I mean, I've played with the guy who's hitting up now this year at Pebble Beach, and he's just one of the nicest guys, Jason Day. I played a couple times with Tony Finau, and those are the kind of guys that you want to win. Like, I met, they probably don't remember me, but I met Cameron Champ as well. Like, it's all these new guys. They're nice guys, and they compete ferociously, but those are the guys that I want to win. I respect their game so much. Tony Finau, like, it's heartbreaking. Like, he what is it? 3 weeks ago he shot 3 under, didn't win.
Your boy just dropped
who
one.
was the guy that? Oh, he did.
Co-leader now.
And who? Oh yeah. And who was the guy? Webb Simpson birdied 3 of the last 4 holes to beat him by 1. I mean, that's crazy, right?
Yeah, waste management.
At the waste management. So, you start following their story, and then you just end up rooting for these guys. So he's putting for birdie right now.
Yeah. We're on a different time. Why am I ahead of you? I saw him make it already.
Oh, he just made it. That's amazing. So he's a co-leader. I thought you were Nostradamus.
No, I could actually be giving people gambling advice. Why is my feed so fast? Can we slow it down? Can we DVR it?
I probably have the poor man's internet. Do you not have dial-up? Which is why
I doubt that. Oh, you dial up? You have a little dial up?
Dude, so wait a minute. Can I just ask you a couple questions? Like, how did you even how'd you get this deal, dude, where you're like, people pay you to go to all these amazing golf courses, and you just play?
It is a strange question, and I do wake up most mornings and ask myself, how did I get this job? And I don't really think there is a short answer. I mean,
we got time.
We do have hours. You're right. We have a long time. I mean, it happened because I basically was already a filmmaker, and then I got interested in golf. And I found that golf wasn't really what I thought it was, and I kind of developed some type of question in my head that ultimately we're still answering as we go out and play golf, just in different ways. I mean, even talking with you now is part of that, talking with Iggy, whoever is interested in golf, we all come to it from, potentially the opposite side of the same golf ball, right? And
right.
So as a filmmaker, my job is not really to play golf. And in fact, in a lot of the films that you see that we go out and play golf, like we don't always finish. We don't play 18. And the truth is, it's also, I do love the process of filmmaking. And when you combine that with golf, it's not the same. Like when we played golf together, I made a conscious decision to really try not to do anything with it. And we did take one photo together, but that was a nice day off. And those are pretty rare where we're not like filming. A lot of friends of mine that also make golf videos have said, when you're filming yourself playing golf, you got to add like 5 strokes because you're just distracted. You're thinking about a lot. But yeah, I mean, to get back to your original question, like I feel like incredibly lucky that the job basically entails, you know, go to an interesting place and talk to someone about their life and then go play golf together. I mean, it's, I not only would do it for free, but I did do it for free. And if you go back to season 1 of Adventures in Golf, you know, the PGA Tour asked me if I wanted to make that. And I said, yeah. And I invested everything I had into it. I lost money because I thought, you know what, I can just, luckily at the time I was married and, you know, she had a good job, so it made it okay. But, you know, but as
That's
we got
an
out
understatement.
of that, yeah, she had a good job. She still does have a good job. But anyway, you know, that was a very lucky and auspicious time. But the truth is, and I don't know how many times I've said this really, she's a big part of that because I said, you know, I was making this golf documentary and I was going to be a golfer. Like I was going to put a tie on and I was going to do this Kickstarter. Shia actually donated some money to the campaign and he was like, I don't care about golf. He was in the greatest game ever played. Did you guys talk about that ever?
Yeah. No, because we were kind of in the zone of fury and everyone was just crazy. You know, it was, dude, I don't know what it was, but it was so cold outside. And we didn't have that much on. We had maybe 1 or 2 layers, and it just kind of makes you crazy. I don't know, and you just kind of get in the zone. But we definitely didn't talk about golf.
Yeah, that's
but
not
he gave you money. He gave you money just because he liked because he liked your films. He liked how you were able to describe your experiences.
He was just a friend, and you know, was generous and helped me get started with it. But so anyway, I was like gonna make this Kickstarter video where I was kind of a buttoned up golfer, and you know, Sia was like, dude, just be yourself. Like be funny, wear a t-shirt, be yourself, make jokes, be weird, wear a tie-dye sweatshirt. And I did, and it was funny. And basically the PGA Tour saw that, and that's what led them to believe that Adventures in Golf could be a reality. And,
wow.
So yeah.
But what was interesting is that you take this advice from somebody that is completely covered up and not herself.
Yeah.
Right? Like that, but she could see that that's what. I mean, she's a genius. I mean, she's a genius.
Absolutely.
But like that's amazing. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange, right? And it's really strange for me to look back on. I mean, we all have relationships throughout our lives, whether, you know, with friends, romance, family, whatever it is. And they're all kind of like the bumpers as you go bowling. You know, they just kind of keep you on your lane that you obviously couldn't know. And when you're 7 years old, everyone wants to be a race car driver, the president, or a veterinarian. That only happens to like 5% of the population. So everybody else has to find a new job. And it's up to the people in our lives that we choose. And I mean, when did you want to become an actor? How old were you?
I mean, I think our stories are pretty similar where you, I was like 19 years old. I lived in, I mean, you could pretty much describe it as the ghetto. It was like a low income area. You know, most parents, when you hear that your kid wants to become an actor, they try to sway him the other way because it's a big gamble. It's a big risk. You know, I did eat ramen for 10 years and, but they said, you know what, if you have a dream and it's there, just take it. I was just about to go to Northwestern University for finance. And my best friend's mom said, you know, you're good at imitating. Why don't you try acting? And I thought that it was a bit more involved in that, like than just imitating people. And 25 years later, she was right. It was, you know, that's kind of what I do. And of course, I have a more of a sophisticated approach than just imitating someone. But it started off that way, and it's, you know, much of the same successful actions. But for 15 years, kind of like you, like it didn't take that long, but I was broke. It was a huge gamble. I remember the first time I went home to Chicago. My parents were, they were worried. I lost like 20 pounds. Because on the ramen diet, if you want to lose some weight, you just eat some ramen every
Really?
day, and there's only so much that you can stand. Because it was ramen and hot dogs, and
Oh,
then
wow.
after a while, you're like, I think the hot dog or the ramen, and 55 cents for water at Trader Joe's. And so, because you can't really have a job if you want to be an actor, you
Right.
can have a part-time job, but you have to be able to have a job where you can just up and leave, tomorrow. So anyway, it was a big risk, and then, at first I did it as a career move, and then I slowly started loving it. Once I read some really amazing scripts and I started watching some amazing movies, then you have a dream of just being in awesome movies that affect people. And one of my favorite movies, or a bunch of my favorite movies, are actually like Dead Poets Society. I remember that inspired the crap out of me. I ended up doing calculus in high school because of that movie.
Really?
And then also, yeah, I mean, like Dead Poets Society, Stand and Deliver.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, so I went to prep school and I did.
Write that down.
Yeah, sure. And that's, it's one of those things. And then that's what I read. I read a couple of scripts. I did a movie in 2000 with Joaquin Phoenix. And then that's what really changed my life. I was like, you know what? I just want to do movies with those kind of guys and work with them. And so it's interesting that like I actually texted you, and I'm kind of late to the party. I started really watching your stuff, and I was just really impressed at the quality of your videos. And I kept writing you, like it was almost like I was bugging you. But dude, I was really impressed, dude. It was like, you go to an area, and first you give us a little a background about the area. There was I think you went to Death Valley once, didn't you?
Yes.
Oh man, that was crazy. There's a bunch of really interesting facts about that. And then the course looked like it was just dirt, but
It was nuts.
but it made it really interesting. And then now I'm a big fan of yours, brother, and Evan
I
Roosevelt.
appreciate that, Michael. And Evan, of course, is a big part of it. Obviously, I mean, I appreciate that, Michael. I mean, I think. Did you ever watch Mr. Rogers?
I did.
I mean, don't you think that that's just the pinnacle?
I mean, I think, dude, you know what? He did it. You got to get into the business by any means necessary, right? And it was just amazing what he did, with as much class. And I don't know if you ever saw him, like he actually spoke to Congress, and you really saw you saw where that man's heart really was. It was so impressive to me. You go back and you watch those, and it's art. It's the quality of communication. It's up there, and it is the pinnacle. I agree.
I really, 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 really love when I'm watching TV and Shooter comes on. I love it, dude. I just love it, man. It's just one of those movies where I walk away and I'm like, do you feel that way?
What's funny about that one is that it wasn't a big hit. We opened up against 300, right?
Oh.
Do you remember the movie 300?
Sure.
Painted abs, the whole thing. Like that, we were competing against that. Everyone wanted to see Painted Abs that weekend, and they took over. They made like $300 million. We had a good movie on our hands. Mark Wahlberg was great in that movie, and I remember getting a phone call from one of the execs, and he's like, we tried, Mike, we tried, and we made $40 million that weekend or something like that. And then it caught steam on DVD sales. Every time, you like, I go to Florida, they're like, hey, Mike, you're the guy from Shooter.
You're the guy from Shooter.
You're the guy from Shooter. Ain't that about something? They don't talk like that, but it's amazing. By the way, I didn't know that Florida had like for some reason, I didn't think Florida was like a southern state, but it's the southernmost state.
Yeah.
And
it's
that's
its own
where,
state, bro.
It's just
do people know you live in Florida? Do people know that, or is that a secret?
No, they know. I mean, like we're like in South Tampa, in a small little town, and it's away from it all, and
Yeah.
it's just a place where you can just go and hang out in between movies, and because as you can, I'm sure it can get pretty hectic, man, and it's
LA
like
is hectic.
yeah, people pull you every which way, and you kind of
Yeah.
just want to calm down a little bit, and before COVID, and they knew that you were in town. You had Monday through Friday, and say we wanted to go to Disneyland or something, and then there would be 10 meetings where somebody who doesn't have a job for you really
Right.
wants to meet you, and I my priorities got a little messed up with that, so we got a little house in Florida, and it's amazing. Me, the wifey, and the kid just hang out there.
That's great, man. That's the key. I mean, in some ways, that's kind of, what golf does for a lot of us is it offers like humility, right? I mean, you can't. I've heard stories about Sean Connery playing golf and just here's like James Bond like just being leveled to like missing a 2-footer, and he's just like and like that's it's kind of. Do you know what I mean? Do you see that a lot with your Hollywood friends when you play golf with them? Are you like, dude, get in check?
No, it's great. I've also missed a 2.5-footer for birdie on TV, and there's nothing more devastating than that. Well, also it broke it was like this long or whatever, and it broke. You have to hit it perfect,
Right.
But still, like you don't really see that on television. You just see that I missed a 2.5, 3-footer,
Right.
For birdie. And dude, it's really humiliating. I mean, it's humbling. Don't you think? It's like
you're in town. Can we do a podcast tomorrow?
I'm
going to ask you
what
on
time
live.
tomorrow?
I'm going to ask you on a live stream. What time? Anytime.
Let's do it.
Anytime.
Here, let me check my Whoop.
I love it.
Yeah, when do you want to do that?
Let's. I need to take a break. So let's go together offline. Let's do a video podcast tomorrow. I'm sure there's a bunch of great questions on the YouTube feed. I'd like to get those to you. I kind of just want to extend this convo into like a 90-minute Joe Rogan. Have you been on Joe Rogan yet?
No, I'm a big fan though.
Let's do our own Joe Rogan tomorrow. I'll shave my head.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't shave mine.
Yeah, I'm going to shave it right now. No, I'm kidding.
All right.
All right, I'll stop. Dude, good to have you on the show. Thank you for joining, and I'm going to see you tomorrow. Seriously, let's do it.
All right, perfect. Awesome.
Thanks, Michael. Everyone, Michael Peña, the guy from Shooter. All right, I got to take a break. I might even change my shirt. We'll see you in a few minutes. Stay tuned for Macklemore, Ben Haggerty coming on in 5 minutes. Thanks, everybody. I chose to show you guys a little behind the scenes action because I figure you want to see this thing, don't you? This is kind of cool. I love this thing. It's called an IFB. I'll bet you Macklemore knows what that stands for. Let's go. Let's get him on if he's ready. Welcome to the show, Macklemore with the Masters hat. I'm loving it. How are you doing, dude? I can't hear him, guys. Why can't I hear him? No, I can't hear you right now. I could swear everything's the same on my end. Do you have your headphones in? This is a bit of a theme. This is kind of us hazing you. I'm sorry about that. I pray to good God that this works. I really can't control anything right now. Please tell me you guys got this.
Well,
I think I hear something, Ben. Yes. Check,
you can hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
All right. Then this has nothing to do with you being able to hear me. I can hear you, yes.
First of all, how are you today?
I am great. This is fantastic golf. I'm very excited. This is what it comes down to, man.
This
right
is
here.
all we want.
I'm going to go outside at 10 under.
This is all we want, is just the most people tied at the end. You know what I mean? This year, there have been a lot of good playoffs going on. How often do you watch golf on TV?
It's really all I watch. Once COVID hit, I went back because I only got into golf a little over a year and a half ago. So I got to go back, and I have no idea who won any of the old Masters or Opens or whatever. So I went back and YouTube, tried to block the little thumbnail so I wouldn't be able to see the person in the green jacket. And I got to go back and watch all of the Sundays of the Masters. And then I finished that, and then I went on to the big breaks. I started watching Big Break. So I went back to the early thousands of Big Breaks. But the Golf Channel stays on.
So what do you think kept you from playing golf for that period of your life to just 2 years ago? I mean, because you clearly love it, and this question comes up for me as well. It's I was an anti-golfer until I finally tried it. What was your story like?
There was a brief period when Tiger first started popping. And I played, the par 3, 100-yard par 3 for a summer. Wow, Morikawa. But then I gave it up. Oh, wow. Damn. With the chipping. That was huge.
Oh, he's pumped now.
Yeah. And then I just never, it's so hard. If you play it twice a year on a shitty course, it's just a really hard game. And then I went, and it was Thanksgiving 2018, and I went out with my brother and my best friend and his dad, and it was kind of all right, there's nothing to do, let's go play golf. And I hit 4 houses, and I made the turn, and I was pretty sure I was going to get sued, and I ended up in a fairway bunker, and I hit a 5-iron pure out of the bunker, and was just I want that again. Immediately, I want that feeling again. And from then on, I was hooked. Had I not hit that 5-iron, I probably would have never picked up a golf club again. But I pured the shit out of that iron, and I was addicted.
That feeling is really, and I've heard Buddhists describe that as that is the moment of selflessness. That's the moment of out of body experience. And yeah, I think we're all seeking that. I think even these pros, that must be a rush, right?
Yes, Absolutely. I mean, I just have never gotten addicted to. I mean, it's all I want to do. It's literally all I want to do is play golf. Like I woke up today at 5:20 to play golf. I won't wake up for anything else at 5:20 in the morning. I mean, even my kids, I'm like, all right, here's an iPad. Like, I'm gonna get another hour. But for golf, there's just something about it.
So one of my favorite things about having you relatively newly in the golf community, first of all, thank you, we need you, is the style. We have some pics we can show, right? Your style on the golf course is inspiring. Can you talk us through kind of, I mean, it probably just comes naturally to you and you don't really think about it, but what can we all do to have more style on the golf course?
This is I appreciate the compliment. I do think about it. I lay my clothing out the night before like I'm in the second grade and it's first day of school. And again, I won't do that for anything else. I will not. I'll do, a huge show. I'll do some TV thing, and like the day of, I'm like, all right, what am I gonna wear? But for golf, the night before, I lay it out. I'm ready to go. I think, this brings up a dilemma in golf is to me the fashion. If you go into a pro shop, your standard pro shop, you have very limited options in terms of standing out, in terms of looking original. Everything looks pretty much the same.
Yeah.
And there's some exceptions, but there's so much creativity to be had on the golf course. Like, if you look back to the 70s and the 80s and even the, early 90s, like people had style and were really out there pushing the envelope. And I feel like nowadays it's just kind of like, blend in, look like everyone else, dry tech everything. And I enjoy that. I like to be comfortable when I'm golfing as well. But I also like to stick out. I like to have a good time. And, push it a little bit.
You said the phrase pro shop, and I'm sorry, but I can't help it. I feel like we need to make a music video for what that song could be. Pro shop. It could be really good. I mean, I think it could be good. I'm sorry, I was going to try not to bring it up. I've incorporated the thrift shop into my own golf experiences, but I feel like we need to go hard on this one. Welcome to the pro shop.
There might be like 400 people that appreciate that.
That's the funny thing is golf is like not cool, and that's kind of what makes it cool, I feel like, is like anywhere you go out, no one really thinks that you play golf. They would be, when people hear that you play golf that just are your friends, are they like, what?
You know what? I think that there's been a resurgence, and maybe it's just because I'm gravitating towards a whole new group of friends. I feel like there's a resurgence. Like a lot of the people that I grew up with dabbled in golf and, had little seasons or pockets that they played and they've started to play again. I didn't grow up in a country club environment, or my peer group didn't. We're from the city of Seattle, like not the burbs, and there just was like munis, and that was really it. But there's something that's happening now. There's like a resurgence. I feel like people are getting into it. People are like, getting new clubs, remembering how great the sport is if they played back in the day, or are interested in it now. I don't know if it's COVID and people are like, this is the only thing that we can do. I think there's a little bit of that, but it's just such an amazing game. And yeah, I think more people need to figure that out. But it's, there's obviously barriers around the sport. It's a very expensive game. I mean, even to just get a set of clubs, go out and pay 30, 40, 50 bucks to play a muni. It takes 5 hours. There's a lot of barriers that kind of get in the way of people enjoying the game for what it is.
Yeah, I agree.
They weren't kind of like tenured into it,
exactly. I will say one of the when I look back on my kind of year in social media of what I've absorbed, one of my favorite things I ever saw on Instagram was the day you broke 80 for the first time. I just was like overcome with I think you did. It was such a fun experience to see it happen. And, I think your coach is named Keith, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Keith was there and I was just like, oh my God, this makes me so happy. Like, cause can you describe that feeling? I mean, there's a lot of people watching who've never broken 80. There's a lot of people who did it recently and someone's maybe going to do it next week. It's this like, it's what is it even?
It was magic. Yeah, shout out to Keith Bennett. That he's more just my buddy. He helps fix my swing when it goes awry, which happens a lot. So he definitely is my coach, but he's just turned into my homie who I play golf with more than I need to get more lessons from Keith. I'm out there rogue. But that's my guy, and we were out there, and because I've had numerous times where I've shot like a 38, 39 on the front, and I'm like, okay. And for some reason, this day I just didn't let it get ahead. I didn't start thinking like, this is the day it's gonna happen. Like, oh shit, shitty drive. Like, there it goes. Like once you start to get in that mindset of just like score, things start to fall apart. And it was just, Keith kind of drills into me like, next shot. You can't get that one back. Just think about the next one. That's it. And I knew that I was close, and I went, my approach shot. I thought I had to get par to do it. I was actually one off. I ended up shooting a 78, and I had an extra stroke there. But just the drama. I mean, the last hole was just such drama. I thought I had the green in reg, and it trickled back, and then like I had kind of a shitty chip and like a downhill. It was just, the whole thing was just dramatic, and it finally happened. And you can attest to it. It's like when you shoot. I mean, particularly for breaking 80 for the first time, but even a great round, there's no better feeling than like tallying up the score, looking at the card, walking to your car, and driving away from the golf course knowing that like you did pretty much everything that you could do right that day, and everything was clicking. I mean, in order to break 80 for me, where I'm at, everything has to be clicking. And because it's the thing, it's like, that's why golf is so addicting. You have that you can hit the shot. You've done all of them. You've had a great bunker shot. You've pounded a driver. You've had your irons on. Like, your chipping has been on point. But when they all come together for this magical moment, there's nothing better.
Yeah, I mean, that really is like because really you're kind of at that point dealing with yourself, like your own like, am I going to ruin this for myself? And you have to be in the zone, like you said. Is there a music equivalent? Is there like a songwriting equivalent, or being on stage equivalent, or maybe walking off stage?
God, I've never really thought about it like that. Yeah, I think that there's a high that comes from, knowing that you executed everything perfectly on stage. And I'm a perfectionist. I'm competitive with myself. There's so many little tiny things that go into a great show and a great set, and it's timing, and it's the jokes in between songs, and it's ramping up the crowd and bringing them back down. It's really having that control. And I like to think that, it's the thing that in life that I'm probably the best at doing, but I still hold myself, like, I don't get that same feeling from, 85% or even 90%. Like, everything has to be like, that was executed perfectly. The band is in sync. The crowd is super hype but attentive, and all of these little tiny things come together and create that feeling. But I still would not compare it to breaking 80.
big hot take. Do you see, like, so you're used to being electrified by people watching. I've heard mixed reports from the tour players this weekend who are playing the first major of the year without fans. Does it bother you at all? Do you wish they were there? Do you tune in to their applause and stuff? Do you notice them being gone?
You're talking about in golf?
Yeah, at the PGA right now. There's
I could honestly care less. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that it's going to be felt at the Masters for sure. Assuming, have they called it off? Is that not happening? No one.
The most recent report I heard was no spectators at the U.S. Open. I haven't. I think the Masters is going to wait as long as possible to make that call.
Yeah. There's something there for sure. I don't know. Again, I haven't been watching golf long enough to really like be like, oh, this feels so different.
Right.
But you know, it's funny to watch them. Like tip their hat and to nobody. It's like,
like a reporter,
I
basically.
would love to see Jason hit this.
Yeah, this would be incredible. I mean, this is to get into like a super log jam for. Evan, what's your password on your iPad?
Are you not watching it right now?
I am. I just also want to see the leaderboard. Yeah, here we go. This is all I'm looking at here. It's literally just a leaderboard.
I would love to see a playoff because how does the playoff work? Is it they play 16, 17, 18?
Great question. Emerson, can you tell me PGA playoff? When was the last time there was a playoff at the PGA? See, this is the things where you should turn up the volume on CBS and turn down the volume on this.
I'm pretty sure that I heard that earlier, but I could have heard it wrong. I'm not positive.
It should be at least 3 holes. Yeah, we don't have the benefit. It's 3 holes, yeah, and then is it 3 hole sudden death or 3 hole aggregate?
16, 17, 18.
Aggregate. So it's like the Open. So basically, if they all just it's just the total at the end of the 3 holes.
Yeah.
2011.
2011 was the last one.
Keegan Bradley beat Jason Duffner.
Oh, right, at Atlanta Athletic Club. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Keegan beat Jason Duffner in 2011. So you've played with some of these guys. Do you does that go into do you want someone to win? Do you just want it to be close? Where's your head at?
Yeah, I want it to be close. Yeah, when I did the Pro-Am, the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, I got down there and I was shooting, for me at the time, well. Like I was like consistently in like the 88 range. Like I had a bunch of rounds in the 80, and at the time, again, this was, 9 months ago or 8 months ago or something. So I was really happy with how I was playing, and I get down there, and this has happened to me a lot actually. And all of a sudden, I can't hit an iron. Like I played 4 holes at Spyglass, and I'm playing okay. And the greens are different. They're just like cement compared to like the lush, rained out Northwest courses that I've been playing. And so that's throwing me off, but I'm still hitting the ball okay. And all of a sudden, I start hitting hosel, and don't know what's happening. And I make the turn, and I look up at the little putting green right off at 10, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's Jason Day. And he comes, and sure enough, it is him. And I'm like looking for my ball, some errant drive, and a ball comes like zooming past me, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that that's Jason Day's drive. Sure enough, it is, and it's a practice. It's like the Monday, so it's a practice round, and the guys in front of me, like the other pros, are like taking their time. They're figuring out yardage, they're hitting multiple balls, and I just know that Jason Day is going to catch me, and the honorable and right thing to do would be to play together. And sure enough, I'm on like 14, It's Spyglass. I think it's a par 3, 14 or 15. And I hit 2 5-irons, just dead right. Both of them so OB. Jason Day's watching me. Starts trying to give me a tip on what's going on. And yeah, he ended up playing with me, and I could not get an iron like in the air. And it was my literal nightmare in real life. But great fucking guy. Love him. What a sweetheart. He's fantastic. And, you know, just for like a pro to be like super present and to actually be like, here, mate, like, you know, you got to just, you know, you're boxing yourself, you know, whatever the Australian accent is. Yeah, he's great. The next day we played with, again, same thing happened. I'm like looking for a drive, and I'm, you know, somewhere around like the 300-yard mark, and a ball comes whizzing by me, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that that's DJ. Sure enough, it was. We played a couple holes with him. Lonto Griffin was my partner, and great guy, so I'm always rooting for him. And then I'm just a fan. Like, I never met Finau, but I'm just a fan. I want to see him get a major. So yeah, I'm just a fan of a lot of these guys, and have been lucky enough to meet a handful of them in the short period that I played golf.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. And I think, you know, the cool thing really, and hopefully in your future, is, you know, working to make golf more accessible, like you said, and working to make golf cooler, and working to make golf more of a fun experience that people can enjoy in all different ways. I mean, you know, it doesn't need to be 18 holes at a fancy course. It doesn't need to, you don't need to have your own clubs. Actually, you know, you'll dig this story, but we did, it hasn't come out yet, but we shot an episode this year of Adventures in Golf at a free golf course in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's totally free. It's 9 holes, and everybody there was like pretty new to golf, and they were all smiling. And it just seems like there's got to be a way to do that. And I know obviously land use is complicated, but I don't know, man, it'd be fun. I'm looking forward to getting it. You know, my sister lives in Seattle as well, so I'll be up there soon enough, and you know, maybe we can get out there with Keith. Yeah,
absolutely.
I would love that.
Yeah, man. I think that there's got to be a ways. I mean, kind of this like old boys club, you know. And I'm not hating on it at all, but I think just in terms of accessibility, we got to do better, and we got to make sure that you know, because again, the problem also with golf, and it's not the problem, it's what makes it such a beautiful game. But regardless of your athleticism, like Morikawa is dying.
Look at this.
That might be it right there.
That's kind of it.
Wow.
I mean, that's 13 under right there. It's got to be 13 under. Paul Casey's like, oh no.
That might be it. Wow. Damn.
Wow. That is intense.
I don't even know what I was talking about. Something about accessibility. Oh, it's just like, regardless of how good you are as an athlete, you can't pick up a golf club and just be good at it.
Right.
Like, it takes time. You know, it takes someone telling you, you know, do this, do that. This is your grip. This is what's going wrong. Like, it takes mentorship. So there needs to be programs in place where, you know, we have people that are willing to give lessons on courses that are free, or, you know, super discounted, or at, you know, a certain time, or for youth. There's a million ways to do it. But yeah, we got to do better on that front for sure.
Yeah, well, let's work together on it, man. It's something that's been, you know, near and dear to my heart for a long time, and something that, you know, we found little ways to move forward in these things. And I think that, you know, I'm sure you've seen, I mean, you're a wonderful role model, you know, and you've done a lot with what you've been given. And I just think that it's kind of like, it's not so much how much you have, but it's more like what you've done with what you've been given. And I think that that's really worth more than anything else in life. So in my life, hopefully I'm able to give something back to the game of golf that equals, hopefully in part, what it's given to me, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's well said. and I appreciate that. I mean, what you got into the game when?
It was about 10 years ago, so right when I turned 30, and I had like hated it. My brother has always loved golf, more or less. We didn't come from a golfing family. There was no private club or anything. But my brother found a set of clubs at a garage sale, and he fell in love with the game. He's 10 years older than me, and we're pretty different. Like, he's a lawyer. He has like a job. And, you know, I dropped out of high school, and, you know, I don't have a job, or, you know, didn't. And finally he convinced me to play golf with him, and I just loved it, despite how much I thought he and I were different. And so from the very beginning, golf was like something that basically, you know, got past any ideas of being different.
Yeah. And then, did you break 90 from the tips here at Harding?
86, dude.
Damn.
I mean, it was
okay. Let's go.
Wait, Ben, we have a running tally. If Brooks Koepka and I were playing match play today, I don't know what is I can't get the code on here. Emerson, can you tally it up? I think that Brooks would be one up on me through the 13th hole. I think that we'd be pretty close in match play. What, do you play any games on the course? Do you play match play or alternate shot or anything?
Not really. I have done a couple scrambles, which are by far and away more enjoyable than you know, going out and hating myself for 90% of the time. But no, I need to start more. You know, I just started to keep a handicap in the past like 4 months.
Cool.
So I feel like now I can do it. And I have some buddies, you know, like there's like, it's like a pool shark. It's like the golfer that's just like playing every day. That's like, what game are we playing? What are we betting on? Like, for me, most of the time up until this point, I've just been like, I'm just trying to, like, you know, break 85 or break 80 or like shoot in the low 80s or break 90, whatever it was at the season. So I haven't been as much into like, let's compete and I want to see you do bad now. Like, I'm just trying to play against myself in the course. But I feel like I've just gotten into a place of like, okay, let's play some skins. You know, I have yet to play match play, but I think that will be, you know, that will be soon. And yeah, I mean, it's just, I watch these guys that are so addicted to betting on everything.
Right.
They're like mini Michael Jordans of the golf course. And I think once you cross that, it's hard to go back. It's like, you know, even if it's just for $1, it's like, okay, what is this for? What are we betting on? And I'm an addict already. And, you know, I'm addicted to the sport. So then throwing some money on top of it, it could get dicey.
Yeah, it's a lot. I don't do too much betting on the course. I kind of like match play because we'll try it when we play, because it's like
it eliminates the blow-up holes.
Yeah, and I can make a quadruple and it doesn't matter.
Right, and I love that. And I will make a quadruple, and like it does matter, and that's when the self-hatred kicks in. And you know, it's just one of those games. Like, I'm still thinking about my round today, and like I would get like 3 pars in a row and get like a triple, and then I get a couple pars in a row and get a double, and it's just like. I'm constantly thinking like, okay, if I could just eliminate these blow up holes, you know, these compounded mistakes, then I would find happiness. But it doesn't come.
It will, yeah. The Holy Grail is actually just inside you, man.
I know. That's what they say.
Dude, Ben, thank you for joining me. I appreciate your time. Again, thank you for getting into golf, and we could be here all night. There could be a very long playoff tonight, so I'm looking forward to that. And
I don't know. After Colin's shot, I don't know if I think that might have taken away the playoff chance. That might have sealed the deal.
Did he drain the putt? I didn't see it.
I don't think that he's.
I don't think he's even struck it yet.
But I mean, yeah, bare minimum, that's birdie.
Yeah.
And I don't know. That's going to be a tough one.
All right, here's the putt right here.
I haven't been watching. What happened to Brooks?
Brooks
golf
is currently at +3 today. He went 4 over on the front and 1 under on the back so far. He's on 17 right now.
Morikawa is going to be, I mean, he already is a problem, obviously, but like, he's next.
He is.
I mean, he's
And you got to think, I mean, with this level of experience, you have a window of time where you just get better and better and better as you get better at dealing with, you know, the life of a pro golfer.
Yeah.
All right, so you watching DJ putt now?
Yeah.
All right, so let's see if we can watch Morikawa drain this. So this would be, there have not been a lot of eagles on the 16th.
No.
But it's gettable. Wow.
He shot at 86. I'm impressed.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
That is very impressive. What's your handicap?
5.8 right now. But I mean, you playing
Yeah,
all the way
5.8.
back. It's not bad. Yeah. All right, he's going to start
that's-
this inside the hole.
Oh God, that's just right there. This is gonna be it.
Oh, center cup. Wow. Sorry, did I beat you to it? Tell me when it goes in on your end.
You definitely did. Damn, dude.
What's wrong with my
That's
timing?
it.
What? Our internet's too fast.
Yeah, I'm like, what's up with Comcast? That's it right there.
That's
I
it.
mean-
Okay, so it's like 15 seconds delayed. That is that's it right there. Now he walks into 17. He's got a mellow par 3, and then 18. It's just make a par. I mean, I guess there's some scenarios where Casey can come back, but I mean, there's not that many. Like, I mean, he's clear. He basically won the PGA.
Yeah, that sealed the deal. I'm very happy for him. I wish that I was going to get to watch 3 more holes of playoff golf, but that's selfish. And wow,
I mean,
That
it
is
could
so
happen. I mean, 18's not the easiest hole in the world. A lot of guys have made bogey there, and all Paul Casey needs is 1 birdie. So if he birdies 17 or 18, it could easily go to a playoff for 2.
yeah.
Also, you got to remember,
What'd you get?
Morikawa's missed some short putts coming down the stretch on
He
a couple
really
tournaments. You know,
He
so
really had. He's missed some damn near gimme putts.
yeah. So, you know, I mean,
This is true. He is choked. He has choked some putts.
I mean, we've got.
I mean, let's call it. You know.
We should watch 17 together. Do you have time to do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I'm watching golf.
I'm really excited that we both chose the same facial hair today. How long have you been rocking the mustache? It's been a minute.
A good. You know, I had a COVID beard, and then that turned into a goatee, back to a beard, which I didn't even know I could grow, and then and then the mustache. And I just feel like we have similar hair right now. You know,
Yeah.
there's a lot going on. I mean, you know, this is limp,
If I take the glasses
but
off.
normally full and robust in the front. You know, this is hat head. But in the back, like, who knew that this was back here? You know, I've had a face my entire adult life.
Are you Scottish or Irish? What's Haggerty?
Irish.
Dude, have you played golf in Ireland yet?
No, I have not.
Can we please?
I have not.
Let's just start there.
Get rid of Seattle. We're going to Ireland.
Let's just go. Okay. So we've got
Have you been
Morikawa
out
on the
there?
tee. What's that?
Have you been out there for golf?
Oh yeah, Ireland's great. Scotland's great. I love it out there. It's really the wildest place. I mean, it's just wind and sea. All right, so is Morikawa teed off yet?
Yeah, that's going to be a par.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That's definitely a par. So then it's just about. Has Casey teed off yet? He didn't. No, of course not. Oh, he did. Oh, Casey's on 18.
Now make this.
Welcome to the broadcast, Erik. Oh yeah, this is over. This is over. Maybe not.
And
I mean, Yeah, he's
18?
in the fairway on 18. Yeah, so he's the only one. He's the only real one. I mean, I guess Scheffler and Johnson could light some stuff up. I mean, here's the truth: is you don't want Morikawa to make a mistake, right?
No, I don't.
You just
gotta
want
keep
someone
him.
to show up. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he just needs a par. He needs 2 pars. Wow. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
That is crazy. He'll remember that drive, Morikawa, for the rest of his life, win or lose.
And he's going to win, but yes, he will remember that.
I love it.
What has he won already? Has he won 2?
Yeah, so he won 2. He's won 3. Or no, it's only won 2. He won last year and this year. And this year he won, gosh, I'm blanking on the tournament. I should know this. I was watching.
I was too.
Memorial. My stat guy. Can we show a picture of Emerson?
Killing it.
We're just grinding away in here, man. This is great.
A ridiculous amount of top 10 finishes or top 5 finishes, right?
Yeah, so he had more top 10s than he had more wins than cuts missed. 2 wins, 1 missed cut. Yeah. And we actually did, he and I, last year when we were together, so TaylorMade is one of the brands that we work with. And so they brought us down to their shoot with Tiger, DJ, Rory, John Rahm, Jason Day, Bo Hostler, Colin, Maria Fassi. And with most of those players, we basically took shots on a par 3 and tried to make a hole-in-one.
Yeah, I watched the one with you and Colin.
Yeah, and Colin was like, just so close, so happy, so down, just so excited.
Yeah.
And just like, and you know what he was like? He was like really cool to be around because he's like confident, but also really nice. And that's kind of rare. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I got that. I'm glad that you brought that up because it's softening the blow of not getting a playoff. That now I remember that, and he did seem like a really genuine, nice person.
Totally.
And obviously fantastic golfer. But yes, nice reference point. He seemed like a genuine dude.
Well, and you know, I mean, I don't know what it is. It's the world, right? Whether you're an athlete, whether you're on stage, whether you're doing a golf travel show, whatever it is, there's so many things that you can sort of put before what's important to you. And like, I don't know, you just end up getting like out of touch. I don't know what that is. I mean, I've certainly met some golfers on tour and I'm like, that was like kind of rude or whatever. And, you know, everybody has tough days out there. But, you know, they always say, like, character is how you treat someone who has nothing to offer you, you know? And
Exactly.
I've seen that a lot with a lot of great members of the professional golf community that are just, like, super nice. And Colin's definitely one of them.
Right. That are just excited. I mean, I can't, you know, I think I've talked to enough people that played, you know, junior golf as kids and, you know, were super into the sport at an early age and probably felt some sort of, you know, that early pressure and, you know, drive to succeed. And maybe their parents were super strict. I don't know. But, you know, people that just get burnt out on how intense the game is and you know, lose that joy or, you know, get too much into tournament golf or, you know, just the stress of it. And, yeah, it's nice to see people that, you know, these guys are obviously playing for a lot of money. But the ones that are still enjoying it are still pumped that they get to go out and hit a golf ball for, you know, their profession. Yeah. That's
All right, hits the putt.
Wow. Oh, that
what a
was
putt.
just... Damn.
What a putt. Yo, thank you for your
Thank
time,
you.
Ben. I appreciate it.
Thank
That was
you.
fun.
I appreciate it. Yep. When you come to Seattle, hit me up. Let's play some golf.
I'm not entirely kidding. Pro shop. I'm not entirely kidding. I mean, it's a terrible idea. You're like, I hate you. I hate this idea.
Out of everything that I'm walking away from this conversation, I'm gonna leave that one here in the computer.
I'll never bring it up again, except when you have a putt for 79. All right, man. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
See you, man. Bye. All right, everybody. Great conversation with Ben Haggerty, a.k.a. Macklemore. Didn't know he's from Ireland. That'd be fun to get to Ireland with him at one point. The Irish people love their golf. And so does Colin Morikawa at the moment. All right, we've got Brian Baumgartner coming up in how long? 3 minutes? All right, I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. And maybe in the meantime, Colin Morikawa is just going to win this tournament ahead of time. See you, folks. Mic on. There we go. I got Morikawa on the tee here on 18. Safe play. All right. Well, with that bit of action underway and looking like the tournament is about to come to a close, let's go to our final guest for some comic relief. We got a little package here of the last time Brian and I played golf together. Check this out.
This is the largest suspension bridge in the world. Now I'm like a nerd. I don't really care about those things.
In the world?
Yeah, at least on a golf course. Crazy.
Oh yeah.
I like that one
On
a lot.
the right. All right.
What are we doing?
Too far.
We're wasting
time. I'll get that for you, sir.
Wasting time.
I'm sorry to waste your time, sir. Very good.
It's
Matches
unbelievable.
all square. You can ground the club in there.
I can ground it now?
In the red, yeah, I think so. You can ground it in the red.
Can I?
I mean,
in a hazard now? Someone's gonna write in. Oh, you son of a... Ah! What? This is...
How you doing, Brian?
Holy Morikawa.
I love it.
How are you?
I'm good. How you doing? Are you down south? You in California?
I am in California, yes. And I thought that we were going to have such a great finish, and instead we saw just an unbelievable shot.
Do you think he'll ever forget that drive on 16?
I don't know if I will. I don't know if I'll ever forget that shot. That was unbelievable.
335
and
to
you
8
know
feet.
Jim Nance never will. Jim Nance will be reminding you of that shot, in 2034.
I mean, there's not that many major tournaments that come down basically to one shot. I mean, that was one shot with the big stick. Everyone loves the big stick. You love the big stick.
I love the big stick. Who are we kidding?
What? Are you still playing PXGs?
Of course, PXG. I was told I was not allowed to wear a hat, which I thought was bogus. Yeah, I was told I couldn't. Yeah, because I don't know, some sponsorship thing. But yes, PXG, the best clubs in the world.
Do you have a hat for your podcast?
I don't have a hat. No, not yet.
Let's make some hats, dude.
I mean, we definitely should make some hats. We're just moving up the charts. That's all I know. We are moving up the charts.
Is it fun having your own podcast? Are you enjoying it?
For real, Eric, I love it. And part of it is, we started doing interviews in December of last year, and we had them almost all completed the second week of March. I've had to do a few remotely, but all the narration and stuff I've done during our quarantine time here since the middle of March. So part of it is just having something to do has been amazing, but the experience of putting that together and being able to talk to all of my old friends again and see them has been really, really great. And I'm tremendously proud of the team that we had putting everything together, because I don't edit. Let's be clear about that. But it's been really, really fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's very few things like being on a TV show where everything's clicking, right? I mean, there's maybe the closest thing would be like Chicago Bulls, right? Jordan, Pippen, Rodman kind of thing.
Yeah, and part of it is wanting to tell the story because we have so many young fans now, so many fans who I don't know if they know what NBC even is. For them, the show was just always on Netflix. Like it was a Netflix show. And all 200 and whatever of them came out at once, probably. Like they think about it. And so, for me in kind of exploring why the show has become so popular now, well, quite frankly, why the show is the most watched show in television 7 years since we filmed our last shot is mind-blowing, but also to tell the story of like, you know what? We really almost did just 6 episodes. And then we really, really almost just did 12. Angela Kinsey took her name off of the trailer because we were not coming back anymore. Like we were done after 12. And so to get into the history of like what happened and the guts that a very, very, very few people had that supported the show and kept the show on the air while we struggled because we were doing something so different. That story, it just felt like it should be told.
Whoa, are you watching this right now? Morikawa's, oh my goodness. Did you see that shot?
Apparently I'm a little delayed. You apparently don't have the delay that I'm watching now. Oh, it looks very left. Oh no, never mind.
Yeah, what is that? He let go of the club and yet it's like one of the closest shots I've seen on 18 all day.
Maybe that shot tracker wasn't working properly because it looks left.
No, he drops the club.
Bunker into the trees. Yeah, that's very strange.
Also, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. He had 160 in, and it really looks like he's got a 50-degree wedge. Did you see that? It looked like he had a milled grind wedge. Maybe, I don't know who's hitting a ball that far.
Well, some of these guys today, Bryson on 10, taking 8-iron and hitting it with way long.
That's
although
insane.
He's a different individual now.
You know a lot of these guys. Who do you enjoy? Whose company do you enjoy the most on tour?
Wow, that's so difficult because I worked on something. I shot something actually for Golf Digest. This is, oh boy, I mean 10 years or so. I mean, this is you probably know all this, like way pre Bubba Watson winning his first Masters. And so I got to know a lot of the guys then, a lot of the guys who were, who became big stars and started winning majors and a lot of tournaments. So that's always fun for me. I really like Kuchar.
Yeah.
I love his demeanor and his approachability. I played actually at Torrey Pines with Gary Woodland, and he's a help. I mean, there's just so many great guys out there. It's fun for me. I don't know Morikawa, but it's fun for me generally to root for somebody that I've been just blessed and lucky to have gotten to know a little bit or play with before. That's always fun.
They
I
probably
also love.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No.
Oh, I was going to say they probably love playing with you, right? Because you're good. You got the gift of gab. You like to gamble a little bit, and also you're like totally free on the golf course. You're kind of maybe the world's best golf partner. I had such a great round of golf with you, and it was just like laughs. It was very natural. I mean, you're a good golf partner, Brian.
Well, thank you. I have said, and I'm not. I'm trying to get a Chase Sapphire card. I've never. I've done a lot of golf videos for real. I've done a lot of golf videos. What does that say that on there?
Oh yeah.
Is that what that says? But yours was my favorite. And I guess actually I got halfway into saying that and realized someone else might be watching who I shot a golf video with, so never mind.
Brody? Brody's
I
fine.
Literally got
Brody doesn't make golf videos
through.
anymore.
I got halfway through, but and I also love Chase Sapphire. I don't know why. I do, but I do. It's sort of in the hopes of maybe sometime in the future them loving me as much as I love them. No, but
do you have a Sapphire card? Do you have a Sapphire Reserve card? I'm bringing this home.
No one has given me one. No one.
It's a beautiful credit card.
If I did,
it's metal.
I promise you I would have shown it.
It's metal.
Yeah, fine, whatever. God.
It's a great card. It's a great card, especially if you travel. Do you travel, Brian?
Listen, not now, but yes, generally I do. Listen. Here's the thing about playing golf with me. I'm now rewinding back. The thing is that I think we talked about this. I am not that good, right? Like I'm fine, and if you play only Saturday mornings, then I'm really good.
Yeah.
But I'm that good. I feel totally. I feel like it is totally allowed for me to celebrate as much as I want. Like if I do something great, it's like, yes, I did. That was, and I will let the entire course hear about it.
Right.
If you're really good, then keep your mouth shut. Right. Like I get aggravated with the cheering sometimes here. I mean, he could have cheered that shot on 16. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I think that's why people have fun playing with me because I'm not afraid to have fun out there because I feel like I'm lucky to be there, and if I hit a great shot, well, I want everyone to know.
You know, it actually goes back to your story with The Office. Low expectations. They're not expecting a lot. You were going to shoot 7 episodes? Well, who knows? You went ahead and did it for how many years? 10, 7, 8, 9?
9.
9
10 years, 9 seasons. Yeah.
9 seasons. That's incredible, man. And
204 episodes, yeah.
That's incredible. I mean, man, this is it here. Morikawa, where are you at? There are other people playing golf right now. They don't have a chance, do they?
Not anymore. No, I don't think so.
Man.
I mean, it was like 5 minutes before I came to talk to you, there were like 7 people at -10. And then 5 minutes later, it was like, all right, what are we going to have to drink tonight? I guess that's really the only other discussion.
I cleared my schedule. I canceled all my plans into midnight, thinking that this was just going to keep going, and maybe even into tomorrow. I mean, there's been a handful of tournaments in the past couple of years that have gone on an extra day. I was thinking this would be a great opportunity for that. Not going to happen.
For real, I thought when I saw all I was like, okay, well, there's no way this is going to be done at 6 o'clock Pacific time tonight. No, there's no chance.
I mean, I guess DJ's on 16. Like, are we going to see that? I mean, he's on 16. I don't know where he is.
Wait, is he still at 9 now?
He's at 10. So I mean, he could.
Oh, he birdied
go
15.
I have it as a par. Is that right?
Well, he birdied something.
I'm not.
Oh,
I have
no,
a
he
bogey
birdied
on
16,
14.
by the way.
Oh, he birdied 16.
Yeah, he birdied 16. So he's at 10.
So I my I don't know, my app is not really. I'm not in the booth. I'm in a different booth. I'm in more of a bubble.
You're in a bubble.
I'm in more of a bubble. What's coming up for you next? What do you got? You gonna and aside from you got any golf coming up?
Well, thank you so much for asking, Eric. I just played in the American Century Championships. You know, our Masters, U.S. Open, and PGA Championship combined.
Yeah.
Obviously, we can't mention the British this year. And first time ever. So it's a Stableford, right? The Stableford, situation. Plus score every day. Okay. There's no handicaps. And 30th place alone, firmly in the top half of the field with no handicap. And by the way, Marty Fish shot 63 on Saturday for a course record. So, yeah.
So he came in with a lot of points.
When I go there, speaking of expectations, I can't win. Like and I'm not even there's no chance for me to win.
Statistically impossible.
So it is statistically impossible, but it is. But I just want to do, and this was by far my best year. I've always wanted to be in the top half. I was firmly in the top half, and now I think I'm quitting golf and never playing again.
Oh, that's good. That's great. What's next? Lawn bowling?
Could I be better at that? Is that possible?
I guess it depends on who you play.
I guess so. Yeah, that's true. No, I don't. There's not. Everything's just kind of shut down for the foreseeable future in terms of big golf things. I'm still working on the podcast. I shot a movie last year, which is done, and I'm supposed to see it this week. But I mean, who knows when people are going to the movies again? So I don't know when that's coming out. Now it's just sitting there. So, and one of the most fun things besides the podcast that I got to do was I'm doing a animated show on Netflix, and we have 30 episodes.
That's
ready
great
to go. So that'll be coming out soon as well.
That must be what can you share the voice?
I don't want to get in trouble. I can't even say the title of it yet. Netflix is very, very. They're not like Chase Sapphire. They don't want to be talked about very much. And so
I'm gonna kill
I don't
you,
even
Brian.
think I can say that. I don't even think I can. No, what? I'm trying
Brian,
to.
I'm gonna send you an invoice when we're done. Okay.
By the way, But I do want everyone who's watching here to know.
Can I get a
check
close-up?
out my weird. They're showing the shot on 16 again.
Yeah.
I want everyone to know that I think the golf video, like you get really big stars to go out and do your show with you. Well, there is that. You get big stars, to play golf with you. And I did browse a little bit in preparation for this meeting with you. And I feel like we have like 3 billion more views of my video than anyone else.
You're our top video on YouTube, period.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I bring the heat, Erik. I bring the heat.
Yeah. And
I want to play in your...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You want to play in Random Golf Club?
I do. I want to be a member. I know there's no members, but I want to be a member.
No, everyone's a member. That's the whole thing. You're a member right now.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah, it's like Fight Club.
Yeah.
You can't talk about it.
But I still... You can't?
Not on live TV.
Actually. Shoot.
I just did.
Yeah, I just did. And I see it on the screen here. So I feel like it's not a secret. Now, to be a member of the Random Golf Club, does that mean you have to give up your memberships anywhere else that you play?
No,
that's an important distinction.
We actually have a member of Random Golf Club who's also a member at Augusta National. So you can maintain memberships at totally other golf clubs, and they can be any club.
What's his name?
Rob. His name's Rob.
Yeah.
He's not here right now.
Not one bit.
Yeah, I'll tell you his name.
Not one bit.
His name's Rob. Do you know Rob?
Okay. Oh, he's a great guy.
He's a good guy, yeah.
I love Rob.
You've probably played golf with Rob.
Now I was making a joke, and now I'm like, who's he talking about?
No, I mean, this is a real thing. Can I say it? I'm not going to say it. Here's the thing. I don't want people to know that he's a member at Augusta, and I don't think he does either. But he will be a member at both Augusta and Random Golf Club, which is pretty exciting.
That is exciting. That's very exciting.
But to answer your question, joining Random Golf Club, we're coming out with an option where you can get a handicap through Random Golf Club, and you can get a personalized bag tag, and you can get all these other little things and come to an event. But ultimately, joining Random Golf Club, if anyone's really curious, is the idea is merely that you say that you're a member, is that you have a hat and you identify yourself as being down with the vibe of kind of, you never know what's going to happen on the golf course, and you're playing more for fun than for score. That's the vibe.
Right. And is that you're a little bit that way too, right? I mean, you playing for fun and not for score. Who is that? Who just made that? Oh, that's a replay.
I think we're watching Morikawa's greatest hits from the last 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a supremely awesome idea that you're doing with that.
Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that.
For real. As we've discussed when we played, I like to gamble. But I guess that means I like to count my score.
Yeah, you do.
Those two
but
things
that's okay.
go hand in hand a little bit.
You would love our club.
Yeah.
We usually don't play 9 holes. It's usually a group of 40 or 50 people. We play 8 holes, and you play alternate shot with a buddy, and it's more about like going to an outdoor golf party with some food afterwards and maybe a live podcast or some live music, and more about meeting new golfers in your community and less about an actual, standard golf event that we're used to. For now. I mean, I'm sure that could change, but we'll see.
I think it's great, and I'm sure you've talked about this, so I don't want to bore people who have been listening, but it is astounding talking to people and professionals, directors of golf at certain places, and how much play is up. Like that, really people embracing the game in a real way I think is really exciting, and people falling in love. And I mean, let's be clear, I've played way more than I haven't been traveling. Unlike unlike you, I most of the time I'm not traveling for golf. So, when I'm on the road, I don't bring my clubs typically. And, but it's really exciting how much play is up and that people are really enjoying and using it. And I'm actually not making a joke. I think if it were not for golf, well, let's just say I would have had a way more difficult time since the middle of March. Like the release and the distraction that I have found through the game and being outside and socially distanced and, not touching a rake or, the pin and all those things. But to be able to get out and do something to take your mind off, the real serious times that we're going through, it's just, I thank the game. I love the game. And I think it's so great how many people are, not necessarily finding it, but using it more.
Yeah.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, when we first were able to go play after like quarantine kind of was starting to get lifted, it was really water in the desert. It was that one thing that was actually kind of normal, and it was just such.
Yeah.
It was like, oh wow, I can walk. I forgot I can walk around, and I can feel like things are normal for a couple hours. Yeah, I totally agree with you. What an incredible opportunity to experience that way in our lifetimes.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think golf, and I think, this is not a new or novel idea, but, reconnecting with people that I had lost touch with, it's funny in a way through virtual, whatever program we're on. I don't want to say one of the other ones, but, to be able to use this mode of communication and make connections as best you can is so important.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I don't miss the physical connections, not making jokes. But that's been cool as well. But no, golf is, it has certainly meant a lot. It means a lot to me, but it has meant a lot to me over this time. Just being able to have that. Yeah.
I mean, congratulations, Colin Morikawa, I guess.
I mean, it's done, right? Is this 18? Is he on 18? I've been so enjoying our chat. Am I supposed to be watching more here?
Yeah, I think we're both supposed to be talking about golf more, and I now it's over. The day's over.
I just wrote a love letter to golf. I mean, how? Golly.
That's content, Brian. That's entertainment. I think maybe we should just do a live show on like a Monday or something.
I could.
Yeah. What time? What time works for you tomorrow? We'll reserve this space.
Yeah, no, let me think about that.
DJ rolls in.
Think about that, and I'll get back to you. Did he roll it in?
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm ahead of you. Why we got to delay this thing. Anyway.
Well, I mean, now I see it going in the hole.
Now you see it going in.
Wow.
Brian, do you want to take the special honor with your much greater experience than mine at closing out a show? How would you close out this show properly? Do you want to do it?
Well, I mean, holy Morikawa. I don't know. I mean, I see that's his wife, and she's wearing a mask with him. That's interesting.
Oh, there she is. Oh, yeah. No, that's Morikawa's girlfriend. Yeah. Yeah.
His girlfriend.
Yeah.
It said wife in the thing.
Did it really? Wrong. Did CBS? Did they get engaged?
It really did.
I don't see a ring. Looking for the ring. There is a ring. Wrong hand. I like the TaylorMade beanie. That's key. I can get you a TaylorMade beanie, Brian.
Can you?
Yeah, you want a TaylorMade beanie?
Let me tell you a little something about PXG.
You cut out. I couldn't hear that. You cut out.
Oh wait, did I cut out? Wait, no, we can talk more about it. No, you need to Nance this thing, okay? Right. You need to Nance this thing. I need to hear. That's how I want you to close this out. Okay. I want to hear your best Nance.
All right.
I'm listening.
First off, I'm going to preface this with, I forgot that I have to end this show. I focused mostly on beginning it and getting into the second act. Now we're in the third act. I'm totally unprepared. I was expecting something much more intense that would basically write itself. So here's my best Nance. Ready? Here's my best Nance. Ready?
Okay. Yep.
I got it. Ready? Okay.
Yep. Well, friends, go ahead.
I can't say well, friends. Can I? I can't say hello, friends. No, I'm just going to end it my own.
Hello. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah. Do your own version of Nance.
All right.
Yeah, you're not imitating Nance, obviously.
No.
That's why would I wanted you to do something funny. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, folks, that's almost the end of the story today, and Hitchcock couldn't have written it with more suspense that kind of didn't pay off. It's sort of like a red herring. That said, Colin Morikawa is the star we all need. Go to randomgolfclub.com to read the article where we talk about him being a young Eldrick. And at this point, the case becomes more and more clear that he could be exactly the personality and the star that the future of golf needs. Back to you, Brian.
You can't go back to me at the end of the show. The Hitchcock reference didn't. And
I was thinking San Francisco Hitchcock.
Let me say this with all due respect.
I'm not good at it.
Your metaphors made way more sense than Nance's do. So in that regard, there you go. Like if it was Nance, it would be like, from the setting sun on the West Coast meets a Hitchcock unlike the world has ever known. As the sun falls and the Morikawa rises, in the tiger's footsteps he shall become.
Ooh, I like that. That's good. All right, now you know what?
It made no sense.
You know what? I'm gonna ping pong one back to you. I'm gonna try again. You ready?
All right, here we go.
Harding Park, old course with a young heart, driving range set on a looked over par 3 course. Colin Morikawa from the area himself stands again as he did as a 16-month-old, except this time with an Omega on his wrist. He'll be back next year, folks. Where's the tournament next year? PGA 2021. They have not determined the location yet, or at least not shared it with me. His tee shot on 16, we will think about it. Brian and I will think about it for the rest of our lives.
That's true.
What kind of
nicely done.
How many Omegas do you have? Do you like Omegas? You're not really an Omega guy.
No, they have to send me one, just like a Chase Sapphire card and a member of Random Golf. I'm going to hit everything.
Yeah.
I'm going to hit everything as we're going out.
Yeah, I got you all set up. It's fine. You know, you got to pay for the Chase Sapphire card.
Okay.
It doesn't. It's legally they can't give it to you for free. It's a thing. You know, it's like, legally? Can I talk about United for a second? So we work for United Airlines, but we pay for the flights. How crazy is that? Crazy, right? I told them, pay us in flights and you can pay me less. They said no. Then I said, will you give me global services? I hope no one's watching. I said, will you give me global services? They said, absolutely not. Well, check that out. Did the feed cut?
That's very surprising. Is that a barter? Is that a barter law? Is that a barter law?
I don't know.
I guess that's a barter law.
No, you know, it's like the Bulls. The Bulls, the official airline of the Bulls is United, but they don't always fly United. I'm sure I should have signed something that said I can't say these things. I gotta go, Brian. I get in trouble. I gotta go.
I love it. You've been so good all day, and then I come in and just.
Yeah, it's because you ask a lot of me, and that's really what a great improv partner should do.
Yeah, no, I'm just teeing you up. That's all I'm doing. Yeah. I'm just teeing you up.
And I'm just hitting it in the woods.
Hey, enjoy your medal card. It is great to see you, even virtually.
You too.
Thank you for having me here. I mean, it was kind of an anticlimactic ending, but we saw something special, and I will never forget this moment.
Wow. Did he almost drop that? Oh my God, he just broke the trophy. Brian, we saved you for last.
No, we didn't. Wait,
yeah, he did.
I'm seeing it late.
He dropped the lid.
Come on.
It's too good. It's too good. The odds on that, no one bet on that one. How cool.
I might have.
Brian.
All right.
Best for last.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time. I will see you soon.
Thank you so much. It's great to see you.
You too.
Enjoy. Thanks, guys.
You too. Bye. All right, so now I actually do have to close this out. Brian's setting me up for the challenge, getting me to talk about all sorts of things. What is Morikawa talking about? I'm just going to listen for a second. Jim Nance, what a G. I'm going to write a script really quick while this happens.
Island. Kiawah Island. The ocean course.
Any news on Masters and US Open?
No. The official name is the island ocean course at Kiawah Island Golf Resort.
What a smile. Yeah. It's been an amazing week here. No, sorry. I can't do that. All right, sounds like Jim Nance is done. Thank you everyone for watching the first ever live stream second screen experience here with us and the Random Golf Club community. Thank you so much to all of our special guests. Special thank you to Michelle Wee for putting up with the public access broadcast problem. I will never again not switch this tiny little button here to 1+2. That's where it's got to be in order to hear the guests. So that'll never happen again. I am looking forward to seeing what the next year holds for Mr. Morikawa and seeing how much he's grown and how many more trophies he has when he heads down to Kiawah for a place that is definitely going to set up well for him and whatever trophies he has in his case by then. So hopefully we'll have more Random Golf Club live events for you in the future. If not, if so, in the event that we do, check out randomgolfclub.com and appreciate, as always, your support for everything we do. And a very special thanks, above all, to Chase Sapphire for bringing this project home. And don't forget to sign up for the instruction series that Chase Sapphire is also presenting to you so we can get our own games in check along with those on television. Have a good night. See you soon.